1 p.m. So, with vigor, I call this meeting to order. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I hope everyone is well. Chris, Mr. Buford, please call roll, if you would be so kind.
Certainly, Mr. Dr. Hoffman. Please respond when I call your name. Chuck Hoffman.
Yes, I am here.
All right. Christine Cronin.
Here.
I see you there. Scott Davidson.
Here.
Connor Beck.
Here.
Margot Geegan.
Here.
Gary George. Aaron Lair.
Here.
And Tamara has told us she'd be absent today. George Mendoza.
Here.
Cedric Reel.
Present.
Kelly Ryan.
Here.
Brenda Smith.
Here.
Anna Stanley.
Present VSM.
Gary Thompson.
Here.
And Maurizio Valerio.
Present online.
All right. It's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have 13 trustees present, which is certainly a quorum. And I'll go ahead and give our standard opening announcements. Please place your cell phones on Do Not Disturb. If you brought a laptop or other device, please ensure your speakers and microphone are turned off. Members of the media, please sign in at the recorder's desk to my left. Anyone wishing to provide public comment in person, please sign the public comment sheet at the recorder's desk. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Please speak directly into microphones so that your comments are captured for the record. If joining remotely, please remain muted unless speaking. Travel reimbursements forms are available for those here in person. Please return them before departing. And we have received no written public comments for this meeting, nor any advance requests for in-person comment. I also have some good news to share. We got the official word Monday, that the state Senate has confirmed the reappointment of trustees Cronin, Hoffman, Lair, Reel, Thompson, and Valerio to a second 4-year term. And the Senate has also confirmed the initial appointment of 3 new trustees, faculty trustee Dr. Daniel Costi, and public trustees Emily Folkstad and Mark Pearson. The new trustees' terms will begin on July 1st. And that completes my announcements.
Thanks, Chris. And I see Trustee George has joined us now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. You know, I'm a little discombobulated because there's a distinct imbalance.
Please say that in the mic.
No, that's the imbalance I'm talking about. I'm not talking pH either. Yeah. So I'm going to try to get adjusted, but if I stutter, it's and stammer because it's partly being new and then partly because of this incredible imbalance, which the back of the room kind of accounts for it to a certain extent, but not an adequate. Okay. So anyway, that part's bothering me. Thank you, George.
That's George. Yes, good for you, George.
That really helps. I feel better already.
Me too.
So since we're all feeling a little bit better, thanks to Trustee Mendoza's charitable approach, I'm going to turn it over to the president, and she will summarize her 17-plus page report, I believe.
I would like it noted in the record that Maurizio enjoyed the report and he sent me an email as such, unlike others at the table this morning or afternoon, as the case may be. Thank you, Cedric. So welcome back to our first full board meeting of the year. I hope the winter snow is a sign of good luck to all of us in the new year. The winter term is well off and going well. Our True Colors Choral Show was an incredible success with jam-packed attendance at all of the showings. It was particularly cool to see all the lights that the audience got to play with, and Professor Peter Worldeman continues to mentor and help students shine and thrive. And of course, all the students did a wonderful job too. I don't know, I could be up there singing and dancing, certainly not dancing. It's been a busy, busy winter. Provost Geisinger and I attended NWCCU's hearing on our accreditation visit. It was a very lively conversation. I shared the great news about our 7% increase in our four-year graduation rate, and this led to some high-quality conversations and discussions about what's working in our student support interventions on campus. We should hear back from NWCCU within several weeks with their final determination, which we will share with you and everyone else in our community. It has been an incredibly busy legislative season as well. Short sessions are insane, I've come to learn, and yet that is our way. Tim and I had over 30 meetings with legislators in the first week of February, and last week was lobby day where additional meetings were held and students got to share their own stories with legislators. You'll get to hear about their experiences later today. Trustee Connor Fecht was there, so as was Trustee Cedric Reel, so you'll have some insider knowledge there as well. The Oregon Public University presidents had the opportunity during that same day to meet with Tim Knopf, the Chief Prosperity Officer for Governor Kotek, Chris Warner, Governor Kotek's Chief of Staff, and Ben Cannon, the Executive Director of HEC, whom you all have interacted with several times over Zoom. Tim's going to be sharing with you more about what we're hearing from Salem very soon. And then we have some special time to deal with a particular bill and the budget note that has been much of our conversation this year. While we were in Salem, we had our very first WOU and EOU alumni event at WOU's Salem campus. It was really wonderful to see our alumni board chair, Rich Sipes. He is such a joy for those of you who haven't met him. I just really enjoy my time with him, as well as the jaw of some alumni and donors that were in attendance. A special shout out to Susanna Moore, I think planning a joint alumni event that is not on your space poses particular challenges, especially when you have already planned a busy lobby day for the 28 plus students in attendance. So thank you for all your work. Some very good news has recently arrived at our doorstep. You may recall Tim and I hoofed it around DC last year to get some support for some initiatives. And we received news within the past couple of weeks that we received congressional approval for $400,000 to support early college initiatives. Just huge thank you to Senator Merkley and Wyden, who ushered this through. And of course, Rep. Bynum was also, and her staff were really super helpful in that work. This money will allow us to continue the work started by Kathleen Brown to increase rural post-secondary options for K-12 students, which is so greatly needed. And then other really wonderful news, the Oregon Department of Education has granted us a 2026 to 2028 Immigrant Refugee Student Success Plan grant program. We were one of only 13 institutions selected for this award, with over 80 applications that were sent nationwide. We will serve Region 5, which includes Baker, Grant, Harney, Malheur, Umatilla, Union, and Wallowa counties. This grant specifically serves Latin American, Pacific Islander, and newcomer families. It'll be a coordinated region-wide effort that helps students from 5th grade through high school develop successful transitions into college. And in a lot of ways, it's sort of the mirror of the congressional monies we got. They're very much so focused on the exact same thing, creating post-secondary options and therefore bright futures for people who live in rural Oregon. I want to take a moment to thank Trustee Gary George, who arranged for AVP Beanie Moses Mosubed and I to meet with the Board of Trustees of CTUIR. AVP Moses and I were terribly nervous about meeting, and I even wrote a lengthy speech, which he told me to throw away. And he really helped us make it more of a conversation, and it was just a really wonderful event. We hope to have a renewed MOU with CTUIR, which AVP Moses will be our liaison for. And we also hoped to have them bless INLO as they had previously prior to its construction. Most importantly, of course, we want to deepen our relationships with CTUIR and make sure that it's mutually beneficial. EOU is currently in bargaining with SEIU and the associated academic professionals. We've held our first meetings with both groups, and we're hopeful of reaching a mutually beneficial agreement by the end of the academic year, God willing. I hope that you will look at the new wall in INLO on your way out. It's on the second floor outside my office. Ms. Kimberly Newman has worked alongside others tirelessly to research all of the distinguished classified staff, faculty, and associated professionals over the years to have a place where we kind of commemorate their achievements. And I really hope it's a place where our employees can go and even bring their children and say, that's my name. That was my workplace, and I made a difference there. So we're really excited about that. It was a much harder project than we thought, but we're really taking a lot of pride in all the work that went into it. And then finally, while Tim Seidel and I were in Salem, news emerged from Southern Oregon University that they were holding an emergency board meeting because they were not going to be able to meet their pay and their obligations in 2026 and 2027. This news comes after SOU has already undertaken several very large reductions. And while Tim and I were in Salem that first week, the SOU reps were meeting with legislators often before or after us, and the pain and the turmoil was written all over their faces. Since that time, Governor Kotek has promised to support SOU in their emergency. And I just wanted to share, my heart is going out to SOU leadership, faculty, staff, and students who are working to solve these issues, which are indeed a crisis. And I know that all of us are wishing them well as they move forward and have to push through and make some very, very difficult decisions. And my gratitude in turn goes to each of you for serving this university well. Thank you for your diligence in making sure EOU remains financially secure and stable. It is just so important for our larger community, for our students, and for our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President Ryan. For those of you online, I want to let you know that we are monitoring your attendance. So if you have any questions during the meeting, just raise your hand and Susanna will let me know if I don't see already that you have a question. So please feel free to join us. With that, does any trustee have any questions for the president on her report? Seeing none. Who?
Christine.
Oh, Christine. Yeah, you're up in the corner. Yeah, I see that little hand. Go ahead.
Okay.
Trustee
Yeah,
Cronin.
it's really not, thank you, Trustee Hoffman. It's really not a question. I did want to make a comment on President Ryan's report to us. First of all, I want to say, even though I wasn't as diligent as Maurizio, I too read it and really appreciated it. My observation is what a vibrant on-campus community we have, and in terms of just a rich diversity of activities and events and opportunities for students and staff, but also what a rich diversity of reach the university has in our region, as evidenced by so many different community events and organizations, and just the example of your meeting with the CTUIR is just one small example. But my head is spinning, and it always does when I read your report, President Ryan, because it represents just a beehive of positive activity that the university is the hub of. And I just want to express my deep appreciation that we have the opportunity that you're doing those reports for us, because it helps us as trustees to have a very good sense of the reach and the impact that EOU is having on its individual students and on the region. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cronin. I do have one question on the congressionally directed funds. I know that we reduced some of our outreach efforts during the our financial crunch. And I guess what I'm wondering is, do you anticipate using some of those funds to start up some outreach efforts again? Or I just wondered about that.
Yeah. So what this money, what we were planning when we went, lobbying for this was our early college initiatives program was funded by that ARPEDS grant, you may recall, which we knew was ending in December of last year. We had a slight extension, and we knew, however, that the services in our rural communities were just not at the level of their urban and suburban counterparts. And so we just, wanted to make sure that we at least tried to find a way to continue delivering those students in the absence of the federal grant, which had, term ended. In an ideal world, each of these grants leads to sustainability on their own, and yet they most often don't, right? The work of building a dream takes, as you've heard in both grants, like from 5th grade onward. That's a longer term development, and it requires years of activity. So we'll be excited, once the money is delivered, to return, yes, indeed, to those services, because they are important. And I've gotten to attend some of Kathleen Brown's events, as well as some of the high schools we've been working with, and it is powerful work.
Thank you. Susanna, anyone? Is there anyone else? Okay. We'll move on. I guess I am next. So first, I want to recognize our immediate past chair for his service and his hard work. George, want to switch? I hope that I can lead with some of the same spirit that you had. So again, thanks very much. You have all received my chair report, so I'm not going to bore you with details, but I just want to let you know a couple things. One is, last week I spent a very enjoyable day in Burns with Trustee Smith and her High Desert Partnership leadership, as well as other community members. We had a very good visit, and I think we made some good progress. And then the only other thing I wanted to mention was, tonight we are going to start off with our inaugural evening decompression. So if any of you would like to join me down at Side A, I will be there at 7 o'clock for a touch of liquid refreshment, and you are certainly welcome to join me. So that is all I have. Any questions from anyone on my report? Seeing none. We'll go on to the committee reports. I hope you have also enjoyed, well, also, I don't know whether you enjoyed reading mine, but I hope you have enjoyed reading your committee chair reports and learning what transpired during the committee meetings. It was a heavy lift for the committee chairs to respond to my request for the reports. I want to thank them all very much for preparing them. Trustee Rail, do you have any additional comments to the finance and administration report?
No, I think the only thing I'd comment is it was fun to, I know it'll come up later today, but be a lobby day and, a lot of these topics, talking within the report again, the 2.5% and 5% exercise that we were running at EOU and the conversation that started that at the Capitol and, students all coming together and having conversations and legislators, regardless of who it was, having a lot of good feedback. And I wanted to also say I heard a lot of good things about our president and you guys are from EOU. Yeah, we know your guys' president very well. and I think that's just kudos to the work that's the university is doing. But that's all I wanted to add is just it was really good to see students advocating. I mean, that's a big issue when we're talking about our upcoming finances and just knowing what those pictures are going to look at. And I'd say that was the brunt of the very important part of the report. And I think I know everyone's doing everything that they can to influence that in a positive direction. So that's all I'd like to add. And if there are any questions, can definitely take those. But yeah, that's what I got.
Was there a question? No. We'll take questions at the end of all the reports too. So if you want to, thank you, Cedric. Trustee Blair and Smith, they collaborated on the report. Anything additional to add?
Yeah, I was just going to send much appreciation and kudos to Trustee Smith. I was traveling back from a conference that Trustee Mendoza and I both were going to. So while I was in attendance, I couldn't be the facilitator, and Brenda stepped up and did a fantastic job facilitating and writing the beautiful board report that you see here. So I just want to call out, I think we said it in the meeting, what you'll see in the board report is 3 approved certificates. And as I mentioned in that committee meeting, I'm really appreciative of how adaptive and pretty immediately flexible we're able to be here at EOU, where it just is kind of a statement into the size we are, that we're large enough to be really impressive with our offerings, but small enough to be nimble. And I think this is one of those cases where we can take something that really responds well to what people need and want in these kind of shorter term pops of certificates that also really intentionally align with the programs we offer that could be a more expanded opportunity to step in once they get a taste of what EOU has to offer. So a lot of kudos to this directionality of these certificates and the intentionality behind them. So we got to hear from 3 of those. You can see them there. And then also looking forward to, and I mentioned it as well, having been a director of technology at a school district, and starting the long path of this accessibility conversation, seeing kind of closing in on some final products. I know the lift. I was also a collegiate softball player. I was a catcher, and I always liken the technology department to the catcher on a baseball or softball team. You're completely unaware that they're there touching every play of the game until they miss something. And I think that we need to give grace in those moments and realize that they've held the whole game together. And this accessibility is going to be another one of those things that we won't necessarily see the impact of that, but quiet will be a very telling impact of that. If we hear nothing about this, they've done it very well. So just a shout out to our tech crew for that lift. And then also looking forward to the toolkit and how our trustees can get more involved and support enrollment efforts.
Thank you. I'm sure you've had the chance to look at the agenda, and so we're going to have a session on the accessibility issue and how it affects the board. So we'll move on to that in a little bit. Trustee Mabbitt could not attend. She had a conflict today, but we have all the other members of the governance committee with us today. So at this point, does any member of the governance committee have any additional thoughts to Tamara's report? Seeing none. Suzanne, you're gonna have to help me.
You're good.
Yeah, see, it's great. Age tells.
You're good.
I'm good. Well, I know that, but I can't see. So seriously now, are there any additional questions for any of our committee chairs? Hearing none, then on my agenda, the next thing is, does any other trustee have anything to say, or shall we move on?
I would quickly say,
Trustee Mendoza.
thank you, Chair Hoffman. I would say that the committee chair reports, very well done. In addition to all the other good things.
Yes, again, thanks to the committee chairs for graciously, I'm not sure I gave them much of a choice, but I do appreciate all the hard work they've done, and we will continue to work on those and make it as small of a chore for the chairs as it can be. Okay, and Chris, I understand we have no public comment.
That's correct.
We'll move on. Sorry. Yes, go ahead, Brenda. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I think we have discussed this before, but is there concerns about the committee reports based upon the actual recordings as they get into public record?
They are public record.
Yeah, right.
So, and they're essentially an additional record of the meeting. Essentially, we have, of course, right now we have posted recordings
Right.
of the meetings, which are
Right.
official record.
Okay.
And there are transcripts that are linked to those, or summaries that are linked to
Mhm.
those that staff produce. So it's really just another set of perspective.
Yeah, I don't know what made me think of that the other day, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, and Chris Kelly and I do review those, so we'll make sure that. yeah, and there were virtually no changes. So as you noticed, but that is an excellent segue into our digital accessibility session that we're going to have in a little bit. I'm not exactly sure how that will affect the reports, but Chris can help us with that as we get into that session. So, okay, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move to the consent agenda, which has 3 items. The first one being approval of the fiscal year 25 financial statement. And Cedric, if I remember the committee meeting right, the auditor said it was one of her cleanest audit reports of the year.
Yes, I think I put some of that in the report as well. That she said of all of her clients that this is the best. So thank you. Much appreciated to VP Case and her team. Yeah.
Second that. We also have approval of the fiscal year 26 quarter 2 management report. Things were looking good. And then, as Trustee Lair said, there are 3 new academic program certificates, which are well documented in Trustee Smith's report. So unless there are any questions or extractions on the consent agenda, I would entertain a motion to approve it.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Trustee Lair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Rail. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Secretary Buford?
We will have a poll vote. So trustees, please answer yes or no when I call your name, and I will proceed alphabetically. Christine Cronin,
Yes.
Scott Davidson,
Yes.
Connor Fecht,
Yes.
Margot Geegan,
Yes.
Gary George,
Yes.
Chuck Hoffman,
Yes.
Aaron Laird.
Yes.
George Mendoza,
Yes.
Cedric Reel,
Yes.
Brenda Smith,
Yes.
Anna Stanley,
Yes.
Terry Thompson,
Yes.
and Maurizio Valerio.
Yes.
All right, the motion passes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 in favor and no opposed.
Thank you all. Next on the agenda is the legislative update. Vice President Seidel, I believe we are 18 days down and 17 to go. I think that means that today's Wednesday where we hit the hump.
Cheers.
The floor is yours, Tim. Look forward to your update.
Thank you, Chair Hoffman. Share my screen here and we'll be off and running. Somehow, apologies. I had closed my laptop and it disconnected me from the Zoom meeting. So jump right back in.
I don't know what a meeting would be without some technology.
Right. I was on a meeting earlier today where the host did the same thing and cut off about 20 people in a meeting. It's very similar. All right. Let's see, I'll need to get screen sharing and then we should be good. Are we sharing? I still get host disabled participant screen sharing.
Maybe the session will be over by the time you get this.
Yeah. Okay. Fantastic. We're sharing now and we can do the slideshow. So this will be both a state and federal policy update. State landscape, Chair Hoffman, you're correct. This is the halfway point of the state legislative session. We'll have to wrap everything up by March 9th. We're tracking over 300 bills still, although that is some of them have dropped off recently because they did not receive a second chamber vote. The key issues right now in the state are, of course, budget, the transportation bill, education, and workforce. State budget outlook, we're still trying to get a handle on it. The February forecast was higher than anticipated, but there's a lot of maybes, or a lot of caveats, as President Ryan and I experienced talking to legislative leadership. It's like, yes, the forecast is up, but there's all these other issues that could potentially cause a problem. And we're still trying to get a handle on what those reductions would look like coming down from the state. If it's less than 5%, is it 2.5%? Is it flat? We've worked very hard to point out about EUUs and the national ranking of the Oregon Public Universities being so high. When you're trying to get towards 100, but not so good when you're trying to get towards, maybe the median of the states in the nation. That being 46 doesn't really help us do that. And then given the issues around some of our institutional partners across the state, it would look not very good if the state said, well, we have financial issues at several institutions. You're ranked at the bottom of national funding. We're going to go ahead and cut some more. And especially in an election year, that's something that comes up quite a bit in terms of how do we really care about education in the state of Oregon. The agencies were asked to prepare scenarios. We're all going through that process and a focus on protecting those core services. The risk here, of course, is instability, cuts, tuition impacts. The more we have to look at reducing what we're doing in higher education, the more that impacts our economy, the more it impacts our communities, the more it impacts the students that we're serving, particularly when you're talking about access, which is such a critical issue, particularly in rural Oregon. The higher education budget, everything we're doing in higher education right now is under a lens. It's become a real focal point, as President Ryan mentioned, and we're going to do a deeper dive into this section a little later because of what it's brought to the state's attention and what we're dealing with for not just now, but in the short session, but probably we'll be dealing with for a couple of years. One of the other key bills is really around immigration. There's a suite of bills that was moving forward. The one we're particularly focused on is HB 4079. There's a policy requirement of campuses to have response protocols in place. We first looked at, and some of our legal counsel said, this is, maybe we shouldn't be in this. We went back and forth. We are still in the bill in terms of higher education and universities. We were also able to share back with legislators all of the work that we've been doing at our universities, in particular at Eastern. We have protocols already in place. We put in place. Secretary Burford has been doing trainings as legal counsel with especially frontline staff. We've made it abundantly clear at our institution that the only folks that can accept a warrant is the president or the general counsel. It's not a frontline job duty. If you get approached, you are to contact security and or the Secretary's office and the President's office and alert them to what's going on. Also in the bill, though, and that's what we're still working on, are some of the clear procedures and communications in terms of notification. Then are we obligated to send out a notification to the entire university community that there are immigration officers on campus? What are those? What does that mean for the officers when they're on campus? How do they identify themselves? And really down to how do we maintain that student trust and access to services and not create an entire community of fear around these issues. This is it's big here, but it's a huge issue on the west side of the state. And it is a huge pressure situation for many of those legislators the people are demanding a response to this. And that's been something that's been very, very top. The hearing was very moving, listening to parents and people talk about their interactions and how this went down for them and what it meant for them as parents, as children, as family members, as community members. And you can see where that desire for some kind of action is coming from on the state side. We're also very cognizant of what it means for us to ensure that we're following federal law at the university side and following the law as it is written. So that was where some of the issue came in. Was initially some of the bills just really flat out talked about just don't work with them, and you're not even supposed to. You can't, and that was not acceptable for us. These bills are moving. It's moved through the House. It is now on its way to the Senate. We fully expect it to pass, and then we'll be dealing with some of the implementation. But as I mentioned, we've already done a lot of the work that's in the bill in terms of notifications, and so have most of our sister institutions. Behavioral health. There's another and ongoing legislative action around expanding the workforce. There is House Bill 4083, which provides some credentialing and access improvements to the talent pipeline. And that's something that we're already involved in. And I'm in communication with Provost Geisinger about this in our our behavioral health team, how we could potentially leverage this for an opportunity for the university. But it's trying to desperately fill that gap of healthcare providers, mental health care providers throughout the state of Oregon and ensure that they have some kind of oversight. There'll be rules set by the Board of Psychology, and then that could take a degree, an undergraduate degree, and it gets some kind of access to be able to help provide behavioral health counseling, but they have to be overseen by somebody with a master's degree, such as we offer here. We also expect that there will be an increased demand in supervisors with those graduate degrees, which we're already delivering on. Rural policy and workforce, the Future Ready funds that we've actually received some resources from our sunsetting in 2026, that's likely going to go away given the budget scenario of the state. There are risks to career pathway and workforce program cuts. We've been able to leverage some of those resources as well as many other universities in the state. We're stressing the importance of rural serving investments. We'd received funding for artificial intelligence licenses for our STEM programs for the Greater Oregon or Go STEM program we have partnered here on campus. So there's a lot of concerns around where those funds are we're going to come from now that they're not going to be coming from the state. Where can they come from? Can they come from private philanthropy? Can they come from other state and federal grants? How do you grow that and make it happen? Again, back to President Ryan's point earlier around the funds we'd received from the federal government, that you'd like to think those things could stand on their own, but it really requires some investment. Teacher preparation and literacy, again, another statewide focus. Particularly on early literacy reforms. We're in a leadership position in that. We have some great faculty and Dean Newman working on that. But the grow your own pipelines for rural communities are going away. And there's a high need for sustained support for reading clinics and trainings. Other key issues. There's a bill to move the transportation bill to May, and what that means is that means the ballot measure. It was originally slated to be showing up in the fall. This is a political tactical move to shift it earlier in the year, so that when it goes down as it is expected to be defeated in a ballot measure in the state of Oregon, it will not align with the fall elections, thus bringing up the topic of election year efforts. It is very interesting what happens even in a February legislative cycle when it's an election year, and the posturing and movements that take place. Back to again the issues of our sister institution at Southern would not bode very well for statewide elections. That we are going to say, well, I guess they'll just have to deal with it on their own. We're going to go ahead and cut higher education funding and see how that works with your elections. So it's definitely on the surface, and there's certainly a lot of posturing going on with it. The federal disconnect is moving. That was voted on by the Senate. That will alleviate some of the budgeting, we hope, for the state of Oregon. The bills, there's a couple of bills that are not moving. These are kind of like bonuses we were concerned about for quite a while. One was a requirement that some civics education would be taught in higher education. Our faculty, our provosts were not really keen on that idea. It's definitely a directive of what you would teach in the classroom, what students would be required, what courses they would be required to take. That one was withdrawn. And then there was a separate bill that was pushed out by some of our other institutional student governments around trying to establish more autonomy for those student governments, which ran afoul of institutional liability. To put it short, that you can't have a separate organization doing something over here, but still be under the policy umbrella of the institution. And so that, as we pointed that out, that finally the legislator in charge of it said, okay, I've got it. I understand this is not going to work. So that the bill was pulled. Those are going to be two complicating bills, particularly worried about the lobby day issues around student governments, our student government felt pretty good about their situation. They didn't have an issue with that bill, but some of the other student governments did. And so you had people on both sides of the aisle, if you will, or both sides of that issue, potentially in a conflict in a situation. More political landscape, again, statewide elections, other university challenges, the federal shadow, I'll touch a little bit on that next, and then the 27-29 biennial state budget, which we just keeps coming back to us in anything that we discuss with any legislators. Yes, but we might be fine right now, but there's going to be the 27-29 biennial state budget. It does benefit those legislators to talk about a really dark and dismal picture in 27-29, because you don't want to paint it as rosy and saying, well, I think we're going to be okay. And then everybody keeps on spending money or investing in things that then they have to draw back. So it's kind of that under promise and over deliver aspect. The state does have levers they can continue to pull. There are several emergency funds that they can tap into. And we may see some additional forecasts from the revenue forecast coming in that will continue to increase the state balances. And then there'll just have to be some decisions that the state is going to have to make about what they want to do. There's clearly not enough resource to do everything, and that they've been doing in the past. So our priorities are limit those funding reductions and ensure rural safeguards in systemic reforms, support the clear campus guidance on immigration, sustain those workforce investments and advanced teacher preparation. What have we been doing in engagement? As President Ryan met, she was correct. We had over 30 meetings, but we did those 30 meetings in 2 days. It wasn't like We did a few a day for a week or something. So we were putting in the steps in the building. It was amazing. We were very happy that we had so many legislators willing to meet with us. We met with the Senate president. We met with chairs of the Ways and Means Subcommittee on Education. We met with regional legislators, but folks all across the state. So it was really, and we saw then what we talked about come up in committee meetings later. The dialogues that we had with them, we posed questions, said, you might ask this question when this comes up. And we saw those legislators saying, yeah, I'm going to ask that question because I've got that same inquiry I want to bring up. We had our fantastic lobby day with 200 plus students. And they just did amazing. We had our debrief last night with student government and talked about things we could do in the future and got some good feedback that we'll share with the larger group. Students always enjoy doing more EOU kind of focused things. And we like doing that too. So that may be something, again, during the long session, the short session is super hard to try to pull all that together. But during the long session, there's multiple trips. We could do our own EOU lobby day and take not only students, but trustees down and go into the building and have those meaningful dialogues with legislators. They really do like the stories from our students. They like connecting with them. Trustee Connor got to sit on the Senate floor with Senator Nash and be introduced. So that was pretty cool. We had another student go over to the House side and be introduced over there. That was pretty neat. But we're seeing, you can see where we're at here. So this week we had trustee nominations, a chamber deadline. There's a second chamber deadline next week. Then there's final bill management. We'll see what happens after that. It really comes down to regrouping after this session. So as we found out in the second day of the session, people felt like it was the second month of the long session. So it is fast and furious. It's an amazingly short amount of time that they try to shoehorn in. People try to shoehorn in, really long-term legislative issues. And this is just a photo of the lobby day group down there. You can see President Ryan in the front, but all the students from all the institutions gathered at the newly opened rotunda. As you can see the House and the Senate stairs, and it was pretty neat having everybody down there. I could stop there before I go into the federal piece and see if there's any state questions.
Does anyone have any questions for Tim?
You described the shadow, or you're going to later on?
The federal shadow is what I'll be going over next.
Trustee Lair.
Not so much a question as a statement, and I appreciate your updates a ton during this. Obviously, I'm tracked in a lot closer daily to K-12, but I think there's an umbrella that feels true, maybe no matter what industry you're sitting in, is that there's a lot of seemingly finger pointing to the folks who are trying to navigate the system that they're handed as why the system's not working. And there's not much reflection into what the system is creating that's causing the outcomes or the tension points. And I've tracked Oregon legislature for a lot of years at this point, and I don't know that I've ever seen an inflection point quite like where we're living, where those two things are abutting in the way they are. So again, I was expressing that I feel like I'm sitting in this place where I'm either full Pollyanna or full snark. And in this moment, I'm going to pull the Pollyanna side. My hope is that when you reach that kind of an inflection point, there's no option but to come out the other side with a changed way of doing something. Because I think that the finger point we're living in, like, we are proving out that we're doing a remarkable job with the hand we were dealt. Or to use an educator analogy, if I'm teaching a class and 90% of my class fail, I can't go to each of those students that failed this test and say, Brenda, I think you could have studied more. You could have done this. Like, I have to turn that microscope on myself and say, what did I not do within the walls to provide the support and the structure? And I feel like Oregon's kind of come into that moment. Like, we got to figure out what we need to do so that the Southern Oregon University situation just isn't happening, and not pointing a finger at SOU exclusively or pointing at us and saying, Dr. Ryan, we know you've done a remarkable job with the hand you're dealt. How do you do more? And so just, I guess, a kudos to how we've navigated this, also recognizing that it feels like we're in a moment where something's got to give.
Trustee Mendoza.
And this is probably not going to be a question, but I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Trustee Lair in the sense that from a K through 12 perspective, and I don't know if higher ed can jump in or hop on. I'm doing a lot of advocacy in the sense of like the first part is protecting us from cuts and untethering from House Bill 1, all the things that are taking place, a little bit more in our economy than we projected, so on. We have education stability grant dollars for K-12, but also for higher education, and using that to protect the state from doing a lot of cuts. The next, though, is really generating revenue. And the generating revenue piece is we need tax reform, we need kicker reform, we need PERS reform, we need to reconcile how much we pay for special education or don't pay, or how much we pay or we don't pay for high cost disability students. We have to figure out a general tax system that can sustain the programs that we've put in place. And the reality is we're starting to collapse at some level or crumble at some level by not having the resources to maintain the systems that we want. And in all the things that Aaron was saying about, we're asking for this, but we're funding this way. We're asking for more of this from people, and yet we're funding like this. And then in that gap, in that space, is a lot of pointing right now. And until we create the revenue, or we make the reductions, or a little bit of both, we're going to be in this spinning time. And the reality is we need to push for reform, but really it's revenues to implement the things that people want. And so that means, we're one of 5 states left in the country that do not have a tax system based on a consumer's sales tax. And there's a lot of things that we need to do with property or income taxes to make us better. But I think the state needs to hear from a lot more than George. They need to really start hearing from like almost all of us at different times, so that they really start to feel a need for some level of reform. Kicker, PERS, you name it, tax. We need to create change, and this is probably one of the most important times for that. Thank you.
I think so. Trustee Lair, I have good news and bad news. The good news is I'm not sure we are at a unique juncture at this particular point. I hear your pain, but I think when you've been at this as long as Tim and I, I'm profoundly sympathetic with what you're saying, and we have been saying this for the past 40 years, haven't we?
That is correct. Yes, there seems to be a kick the can down the road mentality of, well, we'll just push this out a little bit further and see what happens. We'll push it out a little bit further and see what happens. Push it out further and see what happens. Eventually, though, the can wears out, or you kick it off the side of the road, or you lose it completely, right? Or somebody comes by and runs it over. So you can only do that for so long, and it's at least a wake up moment, if you will, for the state. Realizing that there are going to be some sharp declines in the amount of resource that they've been able to access and leverage in the state. And while they're creative doing that, it's all dependent upon, it's a house of cards. It's all dependent on this still happening over here. And if that goes away, then this goes away as well. And we do continually ask for this. Yeah, we've been, in my entire career, it's been fighting this issue of inadequate funding, where we continue to get increases, but the increases that we receive, although they're substantial, don't even cover the costs for the operations because there's a systemic challenge there.
And the ask keeps getting bigger, as you say, George. But for me, it just underscores we keep trying, right? I mean, we never stop. So you may.
The last thing. The state average is around 28 cents a dollar that goes to PERS. Unfunded actuarial liability I'll just say from every public entity, some even more. So we are now paying 30 cents on the dollar, not for wages, not for insurance, just for PERS. So we have a lot of reform to do, but we need to generate the resources to do that reform. Sorry.
And add health insurance to that. It's a nightmare. Other comments, questions? Anyone online? Tim, I do have one question on the federal disconnect. I've been paying attention to what's going on in Idaho, because there it is a federal connect, and that's causing huge financial issues. In Oregon, is the disconnect being talked about as a permanent disconnect? Are they talking about kicking that can down the road and bringing it back in a year or two? What can we look forward to? Because I know that's a huge chunk of change.
My analysis is that the federal disconnect would stay in place until there's a change in the national leadership. And then Oregon might go back and reconnect it because of the resources it can help leverage.
And who knows what happens to HR1 at that point. So,
right.
Okay, if there's no other state question, let's continue.
Continue the ride.
Continue the ride.
The federal, what's going on with the federal landscape. Things coming up in 2026 includes the higher education authorization. That's the Department of Education has initiated rulemaking around that. So they've started the discussions on it. This does include accreditation, innovation, modernization, everything that we've worked for over the last several years that President Ryan and Provost Geisinger have been and pushing on in terms of our accreditation studies. So there could be significant impacts on it, giving the more radical approaches that the federal government is taking right now towards education. There's this whole setup of accountability frameworks in terms of completion rates and how much do you make so many years after graduation. So those impacts are really going to be significant in terms of financial aid and compliance. Other federal issues. There we go. Federal student aid and loan policy. This is changing as well. There's a gap in Pell funding right now that the federal government's going to have to try to figure out or lower it. There's simplifications of loan repayments, meaning fewer options for students, and then capping graduate borrowing after the Grad Plus program went away. Again, more accountability frameworks in terms of debt ratios, real challenge, especially for programs like behavioral health that don't have high pay, but there's a cost to getting those types of degrees. So how you manage that? The big impacts here are going to be access to higher education, strains on the workforce, and people being able to achieve graduate degrees. I didn't mark executive action and enforcement trends, as we just talked a little bit about in terms of immigration. There's also education enforcement, like we saw with the Department of Justice versus Harvard, heightened scrutiny of programs construed as discriminatory, and then executive orders targeting DEI policies. That's probably one of the institutions writ large concerns about some of the immigration reforms at the state level, because that could trigger an executive directive that says, if you do this, then you lose all your federal financial aid. That would be devastating. So there's a certain level of which you try to fly under the radar, not poke the bear, but there's also the things you need to do to take care of your people. But that's significant for us as well. And then the federal budget appropriations in 26, again, back to the student aid and institutional funding, and those grant opportunities, federal aid availability, what that means, that's a big impact on us. That's part of our enrollment. It's part of every institution's enrollment. Other areas of interesting that might be interesting to you: foreign gift reporting and transparency, restrictions on contracts with foreign entities. We don't do a lot of these, but certainly a lot of higher education institutions do. And then also tax incentives for education. So there's reporting requirements for advancement officers could be impacted, and influences on donor behavior and tax credits in terms of how people want to maybe invest and or support higher education institutions. The good news, as we reported earlier, our SIP was awarded $400,000. There was a bill introduced by Congresswoman Bynum that explicitly called out EOU. They contacted us for help on the bill. It has to do with rural educators, and this goes back to when we're walking literally 20,000+ steps at the Capitol, talking with folks about the needs in Eastern Oregon. They hear us, and these are districts that are outside of Eastern Oregon, but other parts of the state saying this is important. We want to tap into you to do this. We'll be doing new SIPs, new community initiated projects. Those submissions are due, I believe, the 25th. Yeah, and we'll be doing things for prison education. We're in a collaboration with local community leaders in terms of childcare to help support that, and we'll be pushing on those in further meetings with our federal delegation. though. Can stop there with the federal update. It's a pretty dark cloud over there at the federal government in terms of the changes that could happen at the national level that have direct impacts on Eastern.
You knew the job was dangerous when you took it. Questions on the federal side for Tim? Trustee Reel.
Not a question, but again, just a comment. Wanted to say I appreciate your guys' work. I know it's a big task, and a lot of these issues are seemingly a lot larger than, well, not seemingly, they are a lot larger than any one institution and larger at the federal level than obviously any one state. But appreciate, continuing to ask the questions, advocate, and being where we need to be, and making sure that as many people as possible know about EOU and our mission and the service and what we're trying to achieve with our students and our economy and our future workforce. So appreciate all that work, and just wanted to say that.
Thanks. It's a dangerous job, but somebody has to do it.
Yeah, we all thank you, Tim.
No problem.
Anyone else? Anyone online? Trustee George.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tim, you mentioned something about the debt ratio. How is that measured in the federal report that you gave?
The federal government is looking at the average income or average salary you would receive in specific degree programs post-graduation. I'm not 100% sure right now on the time frame what it is, but it's something like maybe 2 years after graduation. And they want to then compare that with the cost of that education. So how much does it cost you to go to EOU? Now, we do pretty well in some of these areas because we have we're number 2 in the state in terms of alumni earnings, student earnings after graduation. Because you're going to be a teacher in a rural area, you're probably going to be okay when you can keep the cost level of your education low. However, if you go to an institution, you take out a lot of loans and you graduate, and then you go into work at the LeGrand School District, they're going to pay you the same amount whether you went to a very elite, very expensive institution and took out a lot of loans, or you went to Eastern Oregon University and didn't have to take out many loans. So your ratio then is, how much are you paying out of your salary for your debt load? And that's one of the things that they're targeting is that ratio. So that's something that we're still waiting to see come out, and we'll be happy to provide those reports. And President.
Yeah, and I wanted to share the Chronicle of Higher Education did a study of all the degrees across the United States to look at which degree programs would be endangered because of this. And I'm happy to share that EOU does not fall on this list at all. So our degree programs are not at present in danger as a result of this. There are, however, degree programs at our sister OPUs and privates where they are not making the amount of money they should, according to the federal government, compared to those who graduated with just a high school degree.
So it's more of a relationship to the individual as opposed to the university?
It's a comparison with high school, and indeed they want to, but it's about debt, but it's really about comparing to what a high school graduate salary is versus a college degree.
Thank you.
Others? Thank you, Tim. I guess you're off the hook.
Thank you. I'll be back up shortly.
I've enjoyed having one-on-one conversations. I was able to talk to you all. I've learned a lot, and as you've already seen, a lot of things you talked to me about are already being implemented. When we talked a little bit about our committee structure and membership. The governance committee discussed that. I explained all of that to you before the meeting, and in Chair Mabbitt's absence, I've asked Tim to take the lead on this discussion, but As I mentioned previously, all members of the governance committee are in attendance today. So if you have any questions, we can ask them as well. So at this point, I'll turn it over to you, Chris.
I was going to say, I know I'm not Buford, but am I also Tim now?
Did I say Tim? He's Tim.
All right. So, yes, the governance committee had a good conversation around this. It's a fairly straightforward proposal, as described in the cover sheet. Currently, when the board formed, it initially had only two committees, and half the trustees were on one and half were on the other. And when we created the governance committee, we didn't change that. So everyone on the governance committee was also on another committee. And that makes it hard. It really reduces the flexibility of the chair when making committee appointments, because we also have some other rules. So committee chairs only serve on one committee. Typically the staff, faculty, and student trustees only serve on one committee. So the number of people available to serve on two committees is pretty small. And it results sometimes in people getting assignments that aren't really their area of interest, but just because we had to put them there. So this proposal would reduce the size of the Finance and Administration Committee and the Academic and Student Affairs Committee to be the same size as the Governance Committee, which is 5 members. And then we have currently 16 trustees. So that's a pretty good distribution across the membership. And that's basically the proposal. We have in the cover sheet, and I'll share so you can see it on screen for the cover sheet, the actual proposal to change language in board statement number 3. Just give me a moment here. Here we go. So currently board statement number 3 says that in 3.1, which is about the Finance and Administration Committee, that there are 7 members, it would change to 5. That's the change. And same for 4.1, which is about the Academic and Student Affairs, it would change from 7 to 5. And then there's essentially a sort of technical correction that we worked into this as well. Currently, it says that in both of these, it says neither the chair nor the president shall be a member of the committee, but either or both may act as an alternate, including voting in the event of the absence of any member meeting at any meeting. And that actually really wasn't the intent for this. The intent was when necessary for the committee to achieve a quorum, not just any time any member is absent. So this is, I do call this a housekeeping correction because it actually restores the intent behind the section and removes ambiguity. So those were the 2 changes proposed to, 3 changes proposed to board statement number 3 on committees. And the governance committee recommends that the board approve them. It was a unanimous vote at the governance committee.
Thank you, Secretary Chris Burford. And please just slap me if I make that mistake again. I apologize. My interest in this stemmed primarily from a couple of meetings where we were unable to obtain a quorum and the meeting had to be canceled with the addition of the housekeeping measure language that Chris mentioned. We had a Finance Administration Committee meeting last month that we would not have been able to have a quorum without it. So I was able to step in temporarily while another member was able to make the meeting. So anyway, yeah, this is hopefully a solution to a problem and will make your service on the board a little more focused and enjoyable. So I don't know whether any member of the governance committee has anything additional to say, let me know if you do. And I would entertain any additional questions if anyone has one. Trustee Lair.
I just want to speak in appreciation of the shift. I think, as the chair of the ASA committee that had some quorum issues, primarily it was hard to, hold criticism on the other trustees, because in order to make quorum, you're expecting somebody else to have to hold space in two spaces. And that was usually what it was, is those who had dual membership on committees could prioritize one during our committee day and maybe not the other. And we kind of fell off in that way. So I appreciate this because it kind of shares the onus of that allocated leadership across the board in a more equal way, I think. And we'll be able to maintain kind of the productive clip that we keep. So from ASA, I appreciate this. I appreciate the change. And with that, I would also make a motion to approve the changes.
Thank you, Trustee Lair. Makes the motion. Is there a second?
I have a couple comments.
Right now, you're out of order. If we need to call for a second first, but you could second it, and then we could talk.
I second, and I
Trustee Field seconds. Further discussion. Trustee Reel.
Just a quick question, and then I have another question. But the first question is, I didn't see on the sheet, so the quorum numbers stay the same, even with the change. There's no change to.
Yeah, in each quorum is 51%. So when you've got 7 trustees on the committee, the quorum is 4. With 5 trustees on the committee, a quorum is 3.
Okay. So one concern that I have, at least regarding, just speaking specifically for finance, is I like a little bit of a larger, to me, committee when it comes to finance, especially because everyone always has way different questions. I'm sure this can go for governance and ASA as well, but within finance, it's just one of those things that there's so many different angles. Someone always notices something in the reports that's different. And I worry that reducing the group size, especially if a minimum quorum becomes 3, and there would be a day that we would probably end up with 3, I don't know that meeting is effective. I'd rather have a larger group, even if quorum's 4. If we can't make quorum, then we don't have enough to have the discussion. So for finance and administration, I think a larger group makes more sense. So even if there was an amendment to it that the finance remained a little bit larger, I would prefer that for finance. And then, for ASA and governance, I don't think finance is more important or something, but I just think it's facilitated good conversation. And I think the group size has worked well, in my opinion.
Thank you. A couple points to that. Number one, it didn't work at the last meeting, but more importantly, you will have 7 members because you'll have the president and the chair at the meeting as well. So you will have seven in points of view. So, but I appreciate your points. Chris, do you have a thought too?
Oh, I was only going to say, and that this is a minimum. So if you had a situation where there were more trustees who wanted to be on the committee and could also take another committee position, there would be no limit on appointing more people. Doing so would increase the quorum.
Can I ask clarifying? There would be a limit, right? Because we can't become a quorum of the board during our committee members. So there would be an upward limit? Or we just change the onus of, like, if we appointed enough to a committee that it became a quorum of the board within the committee.
Oh, I see.
There is an upward limit, right, for a committee?
Well,
in public education, at least for public, a quorum is the 51% or the 4 out of 7 or the 3 out of 5. So, and that constitutes a board meeting, but I've never heard it said the way that Aaron just described.
I think, let me make sure to say it back to you to make sure I understand it correctly. You're saying for a board meeting, a quorum is 8 trustees. So if you had a committee that had 8 or 9,
Yes.
and you actually had 8 of them appear, it would essentially be a quorum of the board at that point.
Which doesn't that then become more of a, could we end up in a place where then the supposed nature of the meeting is not a committee, it's a meeting of the board?
I think if it's, if we've done the public notice for it as a committee meeting, and we haven't noticed it as a board meeting, then it's not a board meeting. It's just a committee meeting.
Because I know in certain board conditions, that is not true, because once you have a quorum of your board, no matter how you messaged it, it's still a quorum of your board.
Yes,
So,
yeah.
Anyway, I don't know that it matters necessarily, because we're not at a juncture right now that we're requesting to have additional members in any of the committees. And I think that this is more like the pivot we're making is more true to the experience. I had to cancel or adjust, I think, 3 ASA meetings. So I just want to reiterate, more voices is of course the goal. However, speaking from experience, no meeting does a disservice to the amount of time and effort that the staff and faculty put into the meetings that we're here to serve the agenda for. And so I'd rather ensure that we can keep the work moving forward, and then really encourage as chairs, like reach out to committee members if there's absences, or making sure that as a chair, we're encouraging as much involvement and participation as possible with the 5 members that are part of our committees.
I was just going to add.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Trustee
thank you.
Davidson.
Kind of confirming Chris's statement, we could not have a board meeting unless we had gone through the proper notice. So the idea of having a committee and then kind of turning that into a board meeting, I don't believe would be permitted, except perhaps in an emergency situation, which would be extremely rare. So I don't think we have to be too concerned about that fact of kind of a board meeting popping up in the middle of a committee meeting. But, I think it's a good point, Erin, to think about.
But I do want to credit Erin, because she's thinking about another thing that I harp on quite a bit, which is the prohibition in the public meetings law on serial communications, or essentially board meetings that happen outside the public eye. And that's a context where if you have, say, a quorum of the board participating in an email discussion about something that's coming up on an upcoming agenda, then that itself is supposed to be a public meeting. So I'm glad you got your eye out for that, because it is an important point. But I think if it's in the context of a committee meeting itself, it wouldn't be unless they, on the spot, tried to change it into something else.
Yeah. This might be a good opportunity for me to let you know another one of my thoughts, and I mentioned this to many of you when we had our phone conversation. So come the end of May, June-ish, I'll be contacting you all again about your committee membership, which I know many of you have had concern about being put on committees that was not really an area of your interest, and I promise you that won't happen again. I'll talk to you each, and as I've mentioned during our one-on-ones, I'm personally guaranteeing you that you will be on your first or second choice committee. I've done the math, and that's going to work. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know at this point that I will be contacting you and asking you specifically about your committee requests, as well as our 3 new members as well. So, Brenda.
Thank you, Chair Hoffman. There's been discussion about an executive committee. Does this fit in anywhere in this conversation?
I will turn that over to Secretary Burford. Yeah, we're making good progress on the executive council. Chris, can you answer Trustee Smith's question?
That was a separate agenda item before the governance committee and required more work. So we left the committee meeting with a pretty clear instructions on what they wanted to see, and that will be presented at the next governance committee. And so I anticipate they will forward it to the board for the May meeting, but it is a separate proposal.
And we have discussed that. Chris and I have discussed it, and we're going to be recommending the governance committee to have 5 members.
Okay. Great. I think that was always like the math of
Right.
if there was another committee. Okay.
Yeah. And it has some different features too. It wouldn't meet at the same day as the committee meetings.
Anything else? Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second on the floor. Hearing no further discussion. Chris, can you poll the board?
Yes. Trustees, please answer yes or no when I call your name. And proceeding alphabetically. Christine Croney.
Yes.
That was a yes.
Yes. Yes.
Scott Davidson.
Yes.
Connor Fecht.
Yes.
Margot Geegan.
No.
Gary George.
Yes.
Chuck Hoffman.
Yes.
Aaron Lair.
Yes.
George Mendoza.
Yes.
Cedric Reel.
No.
Brenda Smith.
Yes.
Anna Stanley.
No.
Gary Thompson.
Yes.
Maurizio Valerio.
Yes.
All right, that is 10. All right, that's 10 yes votes and 3 no votes, and the motion passes.
Okay, thank you all. And again, this is a minimum, and as we work through this process, we'll try to address the concerns that have been mentioned. So, and Chris, could you, in the meantime, maybe investigate Trustee Lair's thoughts? Maybe you can take some time and give it a little bit more thought. I agree with you as long as the agenda is set and there's public notice. I think we're okay, but we will look into that a little bit more. Thank you.
Certainly.
Okay, we have another action item. This one is a proposal to update the governance committee charter. Secretary Burford, go ahead and could you let the board know these changes?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hoffman. This is also reviewed, all in the cover sheet, and I'm going to bring up my copy in case we end up sharing it. Just a moment. So, Board Statement number 3 on committees does require committees to annually review their charter and consider whether to recommend that the board make changes to it. The Governance Committee last year began that process at its April 9th meeting, and it turned into a fairly substantive conversation. It reviewed it again at April 3rd, didn't conclude that conversation, and so it went over to the next year. And we discussed it at the October 19th meeting and our January 28th one. The committee reviewed some resources, principally an AGB pamphlet or booklet called The Governance Committee for Public Institutions, written by Dr. Carol Cartwright, who, by the way, has also advised this board on occasion and on behalf of AGB. And also a couple others, a discussion, we also reviewed the current charter for the Academic Student Affairs Committee and the Finance and Administration Committee. Part of the reason, the history on that is the ASA Committee had a very significant, really reimagining of its charter in, I believe, 2023, maybe 2024. And that, and also at that time, there was some fine tuning of the Finance and Administration Committee charter. There wasn't any change to the Governance Committee charter at the time. So part of it was to kind of look at what had happened with those and consider whether something similar would happen with the Governance Committee one. And the conclusion was that as it currently is that the governance committee charter lacks a global statement of what the purpose of the committee is. It currently is just a list of tasks. And so when people ask me, what does the governance committee do? I have a sentence I say, but that's not actually based in the charter. That's just based on my understanding of what these tasks add up to. So part of what we looked through in this booklet by Carol Cartwright is her discussion about what governance committees typically do. And so what we've done is add a general statement of the committee's role at the start of it. And I will go ahead and put the proposed charter onto the screen share. So now we have this statement in A, which is there's nothing like it in the current charter. I'll make this a little bigger for those who are trying to read it on the screen. And if you don't mind, for those who might be vision impaired, I'll just go ahead and read it. It's 2 sentences. Fundamentally, the role of the governance committee is to help the board of trustees to operate in an optimal manner, consistent with applicable best practices and standards. This work is essential to maintaining the board's ability to fulfill its fiduciary duties and the university's ability to fulfill its mission and purpose. So that's what the governance committee, that's what they do across higher ed in the United States. Now, B consists of a list of things that were already in the charter, but arranged differently. And I think with greater clarity. Most of these were all crammed into one paragraph, which was not great drafting. And so they're just clearer this way. And they're also, I think, in a little more logical order. And there's one thing that's not included in here that is in the current charter. I just want to note the current charter was written in 2015, before we really had a lot of experience with this stuff. And it included something that we don't do anymore because we tried it and it didn't work. And that is making recommendations to the board for appointments of people to become trustees. And that's something that happens at private boards, where the boards themselves recruit and appoint people and they are the authority on who gets to be a trustee. Here, it's the governor of the state who decides who gets to be a trustee. And so we actually tried this once or twice, where we did little interviews of candidates and then had the board make a recommendation at a public meeting. And that did not work out. So we haven't done that anymore, and there wasn't any reason to leave it in the charter. And then finally, I'll just note these last 2 items under C have always been in the charter. Try to make this readable. Have always been in the charter, but they're not strictly speaking falling under that governing topic. Basically, and the reason for that they're in here is that the other committees, each committee has 1 or 2 divisions of the university that it works with. So the finance committee works with finance administration. Academic and Student Affairs works with the Provost's office and the Student Affairs office. This has been the committee that University Advancement works with and that my office works with. And that was just a good division of labor, and we're proposing to keep it that way. The fact is, if we were a private institution with a 45-member board or a 36-member board and we had 9 committees, Tim would have his own committee he went to. But this seems to be efficient for our system. So that's the proposal. I'll just say, yeah, I think it looks much more like the one that the others we have. And I think it reflects 10 years of experience actually doing the committee, and is a significant improvement from the current charter. That's my opinion. The committee itself did approve this proposal unanimously.
Thank you, Chris.
Any questions on the governance committee charter revision? Trustee Mendoza.
Thank you, Chair Hoffman. Chris, I would just say I have crosswalked the first version to this version. Is there any substantial changes from the first version to this version? I know this is an updated, and if what were the substantial changes?
There's an addition and a subtraction. The subtraction is the part about vetting trustees and recommending them. The addition is that global statement at the beginning. The rest of it is the same stuff, substantively.
Well summarized.
Well, this is Margot online. I'm sorry, I can't find the little icon to raise my hand. I have a question, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. So in looking at, I just want to clarify what you're saying, because that list was moving rather quickly across the screen. So these two big changes that you're making to this charter, the first one is that you're going to remove any language that references the recruitment of trustees. I think I heard you on that. Correct me if I'm wrong. So that's one of them. And the second one, I wasn't sure about what you were saying. Can you clarify what that is?
Certainly. I think it's easiest to just compare to the current charter. So let me pull that up just a moment. This is the way it appears currently on the board's governing documents webpage. Just a second. Here we go. So here, there's no, let's make it big enough to see. How about that? Can I do one more? Sure. All right. So there's no global statement of what the committee does. There's just a list of tasks. The first one is this part about the president, and that has not been changed, except that this thing about the second sentence has been moved into a footnote. The main
Stop for
part.
just 1 second. I'm sorry. I just want to clarify. A decision like that to remove the president, that's a big decision, right? It's a small board. So why wouldn't a decision like that come to the board as a whole instead of just one committee?
Well, first, it's coming to the full board right this moment, and second, we're not doing anything.
But that's I'm talking about building a language in the charter. I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? That's what we're talking about. So I just want to understand why a decision like that wouldn't come to the full board. It's a small board, right? To make a pivotal, that's a pretty big decision when you're making decisions about the president of the university or something to that effect. Just clarify so I understand. Talk to me like I'm a 4-year-old.
We haven't made any changes to the language itself, just where it appears on this topic.
So then why wasn't that considered? If you were revising a charter, why wasn't that considered?
Can I take a shot, Margot? So I think what I'm hearing you ask, this is Trustee Lair, is my interpretation of the charge for the governance committee would be more like if we find ourselves in a situation when the president's employment is concerned, the governance committee is more going to review and assure that the procedural pieces for the board are going to be followed and bring forward, like I could see a recommendation out of the governance committee more solidifying or assuring the procedural pieces of the governance umbrella for the board is being followed, not the actual execution of that process in and of itself from within that committee. Does that make that would be how I would read this? Is it's
so the governance committee, basically what you're saying is does the legwork and then we'll present it to the board for a decision, and then a vote will be held at the whole board. Is what you're saying for a decision like that?
Correct. And probably even a step less than that they would advise us on knowing what that process is, so that if we find ourselves in a situation of having to sort of like run our procedures in actuality, let's say that in 25 years from now, when Dr. Ryan finally decides to retire, and we know that there's going to be a gap The governance committee would review the procedural elements of what a hiring for the president looks like, similar to what they do right now with the evaluation. The governance reminds us of what the evaluation process is. They review that procedural piece. They come to the board and say, remember, these are the high points. We did the deep dive during our committee of what that procedure is. Here's the high points, and here's the documents within a board meeting that we need to attend to as a full board based on our legwork of understanding that procedure.
Great. So that's great. So, if you could add one of those, one sentence that would take that and clarify that, because this is the way that this reads, is the governance committee shall consider matters pertaining to the hiring, employment, evaluation, and removal of the president of the university. So if that's an old statement and that's not really reflective of what we're doing today, I think I heard someone say that this has been on the books for a long, long time, then perhaps this should have been revised. Maybe this is the language that needs to change, to maybe add a sentence that what you're saying to clarify that, because that's not how that reads. Okay.
Trustee Egan, this document exists within the context of other documents. Board statement number 3 on committees describes how committees operate and what they do. The charters describe the scope of work of each committee. So board statement number 3 says in its first section that committees are advisory only and don't make decisions for the board.
Okay, then good. That answers my question. We can move on. That was
Sure.
my major concern, was that it didn't seem like the board itself was having a voice in that decision. I thought that was a failing. So thank you.
Sure.
It doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem. It's being moved.
Sure. No, that's fine. I'm glad we had that conversation. So the main part of the charter consists of things that are all here in section B, broken out into separate paragraphs. With the exception that, let's find it right now. So this section on making recommendations for appointment, reappointment, and removal of board members, starts on the 3rd line and goes to the 4th. That's the part that's been removed. Moving on then to the final section is C and D, unchanged, at least as far as the substance goes. So the 2 changes are that deletion from B and the addition of a global statement at the beginning, and then rearranging the content somewhat.
Okay, thanks, Chris. So we're talking about the practices and procedures of the committee in advising the board as a whole. Further discussion, Trustee Mendoza.
No more discussion. Just call for the vote.
The question's been called for. Is there objection to the question being called? If not, a motion?
Motion to move forward as presented.
A motion to move forward with proposed changes to the governance committee charter. A second from Trustee Thompson. Those in favor? I jumped ahead. Secretary Chris Burford, could you please call the vote?
Certainly. Committee members, please answer yes or no when I call your name. I will proceed alphabetically. Christine Cronin.
Yes.
Scott Davidson.
Yes.
Connor Pecht.
Yes.
Margot Geegan.
Yes.
Gary George.
Yes.
Chuck Hoffman.
Yes.
Aaron Lair.
Yes.
Tamara's not here. George Mendoza.
Yes.
Cedric Reel.
Yes.
Brenda Smith.
Yes.
Anna Stanley.
Yes.
Perry Thompson.
Yes.
And Maurizio Valero.
Yes.
All right. The votes are 13 yes and 0 no. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We are to the minute on schedule, so we will take a quick break and get back together at 2:50 sharp. Thank Thank you. You would take your seat. Yeah. Oh. Okay, we're back to order. During our board meetings and during our one-on-ones, you board members have consistently told me that you're interested in advocating for the university back in your communities, but needed tools in order to do so effectively and to do so with a consistent message. That message has been heard, and so we've started preparing toolkits for your use. There's really two sides to this coin. The first is the government relations advocacy side, and the second is the student recruitment and enrollment advocacy side. So we were going to have Vice President Seidel and Director Meadards here today to present. Unfortunately, Genesis cannot be with us today, and so we're just going to cover the government advocacy toolkit today. Sorry?
Gary.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, since we're going through the advocacy test, can we share it with other Eastern Oregon University alumni? Is any of this confidential, or we can share it with all of our friends and family and everything else?
Yes, you can. Anybody you know, and perhaps more importantly, people you don't know. These tools can be shared with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, and we'll bring Genesis back. Who knows how we're going to handle that, but we will handle that. So you'll have that recruitment piece as well. I might mention before I turn the floor over to Tim, there was a HB conference just today. I had another meeting here that I couldn't attend, but I did sign up for the webinar, and it talked about advocacy on the role of boards, on the part of boards in their communities. So they videotape those. I'm sure you all have attended some of their webinars. They videotape those, so I'll send you all the link on that too. But just so you know. So with that, Tim, fresh back from Salem and working with advocacy with the students, we've asked him to do the same for us. So with that, Tim, I will turn the floor over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Hoffman. This has been something that's been in the works for a little while, that we needed to set up an advocacy platform for direct communication with legislators at the state and federal level. That resulted in us last year going through a process of an RFP and looking at firms that are platforms that can do this. We'd seen it done at places like larger institutions like University of Oregon, Oregon State. They have a lot more staff to do these things. They can run an entire advocacy platform. But we thought there's got to be something out there. And as we started talking with colleagues, we found there were just some good platforms we could use. We created the Government Community Relations webpage, which is at eou.edu/UA/government-relations. And on that site, you'll find our advocacy platform, Become a Champion for EOU. The key item there is to go in and sign up. That puts your information into the platform system. We don't share that information really with anybody else. It just allows us to then send you emails or people in the advocacy group to say, here's an action alert. We have this bill that's out there. We would like you to take a look at this. And if you agree with us, send a letter or email or call or social media post to your legislators and share the word about it. The platform's pretty straightforward. You can add in your own contact information here. What it does is it immediately sets you up with the legislators in your area. It'll tap into systems that will put your state representative, your senator on that list. On the federal side, it'll also do the same thing with your congressperson from your district and the senators from your state. And you'll be able to then create an action item. That helps us. We can populate this. It's all set up with information about the bill, about what's going on. So, for example, you can see that our issues. Here's a House bill we're talking about. Here's another one about rural education. Here's a budget advocacy letter you can send in, and the state, you enter your street address here. So I'll just add my home address here, and it will immediately provide some additional information and see where we can take action. And here's what it comes up with: is a pre-populated template, and it has checkboxes. Here's Senator Todd Nash. Here's Representative Bobby Levy, our folks from our district. There's a drafted email in here. You can modify it. You can add your own section of information about it. Please, we also point out it's good to be nice in these letters. Refrain from using explicatives unless absolutely necessary. But maybe that's to get your point across. You can also then, once you fill it out, you can add in your contact information and submit it and send it to those folks. We'll put in there. We can put in there who else, if we wanted to. We could add in there, the governor or other legislative leaders. So you can check on those boxes and send those in. What this does, like, obviously a couple of different things, right? One, it provides information of us trying to, rather than trying to send it out individually or to groups and saying, please, gosh, we hope you can do this. Please send this information out. We don't know who is picking that stick up and running with it, who is not. This allows us to help track some of that information. It also shares the voice of what we're saying as a university, which is very important. We even found it during lobby days with students down there. That common voice is very important. That old adage of it used to be like 3 to 5 times you'd hear something before it would stick in. It's now upwards of like 20 because of the deluge of information we receive on a daily basis. So this can really help fill up email boxes and messages with legislators so they see the importance of what's going on out there. This tool is actually pretty handy. You can also go through and find directories of your elected officials. You can actually look in bills. If you hear something in here you can actually put in a bill. You can check on votes if needed. There's election information in here. And we can populate this with media from your area. So this is something we're pushing out wide. We've added it to our alumni email newsletter distributions. We're putting it on our website. We're putting it out as far as we can, because the more people that can get signed up for this, the better. The more we can have one concerted voice that legislators hear about it. And they do pay attention when they receive 100 emails about a specific topic. That when you blow up their inbox, so to speak, they do have to deal with that. And they hear about it and they make comments about it in committee that I received over 100 emails on this specific bill, and boy, they were all pretty consistent. They do not like it, or they are very consistent. They do love this, and we really need to pass this. That gets a lot of that information out in front of legislators. So I can stop there and see if there's any questions.
Have you all had an opportunity to see this and get registered? If not, please do. Trustee Reel.
Yeah, I was just going to ask. So I signed up for this, and I saw some emails. I don't know if that's exact related or not, but I was just curious. For those of us, like, I'm out of state, but obviously have interests here as well in terms of like the zip and things on that. Would I still see things populate, or like how does that work?
Yes, and you can also put in like the UU address. That would also pull up the local legislators. One of the workarounds is you can go in, but I'm in Portland, and we'll pull up legislators from around that Portland address. And then we're looking at adding a component that we can go in and actually add in more. We had to request it from the company, but we have now an add-on that we can go in and add more folks to our specific advocacy requests. Yep.
Other questions? Trustee Mayor.
I don't know if this is too granular, so I apologize. But during this open legislative session, I went here and I was looking and I saw the bills one. And I think I realized when I clicked on it, I think I was expecting to see like what we're tracking as a university that might impact. Because it's not searchable for Oregon. So it's kind of just a held blank there. And then the federal one, I don't know how often I search for like that. I know the bill name. So I'm wondering, just like, I really loved the what's key for an advocacy push. And then I wondered if there was like a good way, or even if it would be purposeful outside of like legislative nerds who have political science degrees, to know like what are the prescient out of the, especially in a long session next year when you're probably tracking 1,000 bills, of the 1,000, you know, what is it that we see most impactful? But that's also what you give us in our board report, which is the level that I would be interested in. I don't know if that's generalizable. That's why I said it might be in the weeds, but I realize that absent something like that, that bills tab on there doesn't really, I don't know if it serves a purpose.
Yeah, and we're trying to get to where we can add some more of those in. This one, we just got up and running before the start of this February session. Obviously, there was pressure points about getting some language out about the budget reductions. And so that's really what we focused on. Yes, if we carve out enough time, we're actually bringing an intern on who's going to work with us in one of our master's degree program areas to help expand the capacity of that. And so we're hoping to use interns in the future to help us load some of those. Like, here's my list, please put these into the system so we can get them updated.
Or even just link to
Yeah,
the
OLS.
OLIS on the Oregon, so you could
Right.
do the same search as you could do for federal if you had a house number or
Yep.
bill number.
Anyone else? Tim, I have a couple of questions for you about some things that I've tried with other organizations that have been successful. And I realize in a short session it's difficult, but on one organization we would send out every other week legislative updates, which would they're just emails, and they would have the bills that were being tracked and the activities that were ongoing and how individuals could participate. Very similar to that, but it was a short one-pager email, and it showed up regularly in the inbox. And again, legislative update. That's one thing I've seen be very effective. Another thing that I've seen be even more effective, and I know these things are work, and it's not like you need more work, but a 2-minute video on your phone where you can just videotape yourself talking about what happened this week at the state capitol. Very simple, very effective. I mean, stories are so powerful. Seeing if EOU advocates could see you hot off the press on a Friday or a Saturday morning saying, here's what happened, 2 minutes long. And I've insisted that it not be over 2 minutes. And I think it's been very effective. Just a couple of ideas on ways that you could share, not just with the board, but even link it to a page like that.
Sure.
So I just throw those out to take them or leave them, but a couple of other opportunities. I think that having keeping a couple of things, keeping that continuous contact during a session with the advocates and the champions is so important. So just a couple thoughts. Okay, anyone else? Thanks, Tim.
I could add a couple other items if I
Go
could.
ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
The other point to this would be that if you are going to be in Salem, or if you are going to be in Washington, D.C., or if you're going to be going to a town hall with your local state representative or state senator, that what you can do at the local level goes a long ways. And when you can go into a meeting and say, hey, Representative Owens, I'm using Brenda as an example, but Representative, I'm also and you do this very well, I'm on the board of trustees at EOU, and I'm concerned about the state of funding for our public universities in Oregon. Can you talk about what you're seeing at the state level and how that's going to impact my institution at Eastern? Those are great because they remember that. They remember more, legislators will remember more in those longer dialogues they will in town halls than they do in the shorter 15. We're very precise when we go into those meetings. We target 1 or 2 items and we get our point across and they're out. But when they hear it from other people in the community that they're representing and they're standing there in front of all of their constituents, and you can push them towards a commitment for something that's beneficial to EOU, that goes a long ways. I would also say, be that ambassador in your community. Don't be afraid to say, I'm a trustee at EOU and I know what's going on about this, or I can get somebody to tell you what's going on about this. I can play that role when I'm in a meeting with, it could be at a dinner party. It could be, when you're at a basketball game and somebody says, what's going on with this stuff? Are you guys getting impacted by this at Eastern? It's a good time for you to say, not, I don't know, but instead say, well, I'm a trustee. And if I remember what we were talking about, yeah, we are doing something around those issues. So take advantage of those opportunities in your own community, because that's what builds up the support for those legislators when they're running for election again. And when those election times come up, feel free to raise your hand in those candidate forums and ask the questions about what are you doing to support higher education in the state of Oregon? What are you doing to ensure that more kids have the opportunity to get a college degree in your district or in our district or in our hometown or rural Oregon? And ask them those pointed facts ask them for those pointed facts and figures, because they need to provide that. And if they're pushed, they will remember what's going on. It is great if you want to go to DC and you're meeting with the congressional representatives. We can fill you up with all kinds of information. And if you're going to the state capitol and you're talking about things, feel free to shoot us a call or a text and say, hey, I'm going to be there next Thursday. What do you think? We just did this. We do this a lot with our county commissioners. They contacted us and said, we're going to meet with the governor. What is going on with some of these bills? Can you give me a one-pager on it? Yep, we did. We sent it to them. They were able to use it and bring it up in the meeting with the governor. So, yeah. And if you're doing something, let us know too. We can push information out. I'd be happy to do videos. I can't compete with the Mounting Minute, but maybe we can come up with something else, like old guy reports or something.
I love this presentation. It made me think also of something that I felt like you did particularly well, or that you did particularly well last year, when you invited the Ways and Means Committee to come to Eastern Oregon University. Lots of feedback and advocacy took place, but I like that they came and they toured EOU, and that you showcased a variety of things that need improvement or need support. And then the time to spend time with them, break bread, or get to know them better as well. I think that was if we have that ability ever to meet them, talk to them, connect with them, but also reinforce the message of the needs of Eastern Oregon University, I felt that was very impactful. So well done on that.
Thank you. That was due in part with, we had a great relationship established with President Ryan and Senator Lieber, who helped make that move, and Representative Bobby Levy, who wanted to ensure that was something. They do move those Ways and Means around. So the next one could be in Ontario, it could be in Baker City. They always will do one in Eastern Oregon. It's just where at, and then we can leverage those folks that we have. We'd love to see them go to Burns. That'd be, I don't know, that's like going to LeGrand is like going to the end of the earth. I don't know if they would think about, how far it would be to go to Burns or John Day, but I think that'd be fantastic. Because it could really see. Yeah, it's outer space. It is quite a ways. Even coming to LeGrand sometimes for them seems like a long ways to go. That's right. It always is. But those are great opportunities again to speak up and speak out and ensure that our voice is heard. That there's a lot to do there. And maybe in future updates, I can add an advocacy component of things that you all could help us with.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tim. I think you just gave me permission to go talk about anything, but I guess I was feeling like maybe I should always have some talking points, or are you guys good with?
I think general. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, I do kind of cross paths pretty often with at least Representative Owens and Senator McLean, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't. I don't know if you're supposed to speak on, terms of, there's always that challenge, that fine
Right.
line of speaking on behalf of the board and all that.
feeling a little, yeah.
Right. But I think to say I'm a trustee at Eastern and I want to know what you're doing to support public higher education in the state of Oregon, and particularly in Eastern Oregon, rural Oregon, is an important question to ask. If you want to delve into a specific topic, let us know, and we can try to get you updated. There is a lot that's going on our in it. And the first week of the session, things were changing as we were driving further down the Columbia River Gorge.
Yeah.
And by that next morning, there was a whole nother set of rules that we were now playing by. So it definitely is, there is definitely a dynamic there. But again, we can share out our slides so you know what's going on, and take a look at those and use the reports that we're putting in the cover sheets. Usually covers a lot of the key topics. Those are great talking points.
Yeah, thank you. And I think this is going to be very helpful. Thank you for that.
President Ryan.
Yeah, and I wanted to share that when, not to give away the house, but when Tim and I do go to Salem, we have particular talking points based on individuals as well. And so I think it never hurts to shoot either one of us really an email about what we're working on with the individual that you're talking with too. Definitely as Tim suggests, we always want to bring up funding for higher education, but there are particular projects that we work with where we're trying to triangulate people based on where they're serving in the legislature and what we specifically ask of them.
Oh, I'll just put in a pitch. There's a tie-in between this topic and the second to the last one on the agenda, the cascading conversations one, which is also a little bit about giving trustees tools and talking points for what to talk about when you get out in community, in this case, about what happens at our meetings. So we'll talk about that some tomorrow.
I think Trustee George.
Yeah, thank you. I wear a different hat and serve as chair of the Oregon Tribal Gaming Alliance. And oftentimes we have meetings, and one of the lobbyists that works for the Cow Creek tribe is also the lobbyist for Eastern Oregon, and that's Anna Richter Taylor. And oftentimes, because of gaming issues, we're talking to different representatives. Would I be out of line asking Anna to talk about some of the issues affecting higher education?
Not at all. She has worked with us for a number of years, and she's well versed in the issues and topics that we're working with. I just updated her yesterday. We had a lengthy call about what's going on, and we tap into her on a regular basis. So she would be fantastic to provide an update.
Okay, it's just that we're together on gaming issues.
I was just going to concur with Tim. She's one of those people that we love to call to bounce ideas off of, like particularly when dramatic things are happening, like Tim and I were talking about on that drive to Salem 2 weeks ago. She's the person that we use as a sounding board. So I think she's excellent, Gary. Thank you.
Others? I have emphasized to staff, and I will do it again now, that you have all made it clear to me you're eager and willing advocates for the university, but you are extremely sensitive about speaking with a consistent message and an appropriate message, and that what you are looking for are tools from the university to help you spread that message, whether it's to elected officials or to community members, whatever. So to the extent that the university can continue to provide those tools to the board, you have a lot of willing and active community leaders who are willing to fulfill that role. Oh, Mauricio, I'm sorry. I didn't see your hand.
No, that's great. So thank you. I went online, I signed up, and it seems like it's working. Thank you. It's a fantastic tool. Haven't received an email yet, but I'm looking forward to use it. A couple of points. Your advocacy is so much more effective when the relationship with our representative, Bobby or Todd Nash, have been established. So the relationship is not just to hear what we need, but also when they hear that you support their good work and many other things they do. And on the general picture is, it's a big question. How do we collectively, or what is in motion now, or what is in our dream pipeline that is going to move us from number 47 to number 30 of investment in higher education in Oregon? If all this that we're doing is just holding on to with a teeth and nail and scratching on the thing, or is there something in motion that really could move in a positive way, a substantial commitment in higher education in general? I don't know if you have, I don't expect an answer to that, but I hope that this advocacy will be a way to show an encouragement to really to move that needle a substantial way and not just to hanging on in there.
I think it's a really, really interesting question, Trustee Valerio. And it goes back to, I think, the points of Trustee Lair and Mendoza earlier. When the news about SOU started reaching the press, mostly, to be fair, on the western side of the state, Senator Merkley was interviewed briefly about why is higher ed so poorly funded in Oregon? And he gave a really great short answer that brought it all back to the way that Oregon creates revenue, which is extraordinarily limited, and for future forecasts makes it seem quite dire given the former connection to the federal tax code. But it's clear that new revenue is going to need to be created. And it's a strange pickle that all of Oregon's public universities find themselves in, because historically we have tried to advocate around key issues that directly affect us, right? But the issues in Oregon now, again, to Trustee Lair's perspective, are that things have gotten so bad with funding and revenue in the state. Does it make sense for us to go all in on sales tax in Oregon, or getting rid of the kicker, as Trustee Mendoza shared? I mean, Oregon must make a fix. They can't keep not funding because they don't have revenue. And so, I think that's a crucial, critical question. Unless there is no more revenue, we will not see more funding. And in the last couple of visits we made, that's explicitly what legislators were telling us. Prepare for the worst in the short term, because it won't get better until there is a larger fix related to the myriad issues that were discussed earlier. So it is really quite tricky. I really appreciate the question, because it suggests the complicated landscape in which we walk, where any simple solution, which is, kind of dividing the pie differently, isn't ever going to be the only solution.
Thank you. Thank you, President Ryan.
Thank you. Zero-sum game.
Mm-hmm.
Others? Seeing none, Tim, thank you very much. As I said, you got a group of ready and willing partners. Just give us the tools we need to do the job.
All right, we will.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that segue, my first action alert had to do with our next topic. So that came out, I think, a couple weeks ago. We've spent quite a bit of time since the last meeting discussing the HEC spending and efficiency report. And so it's constantly moving target. I've asked the president and Vice President Seidel to give us an update on where things stand on February 28th or February 18th.
Thank you. So I will say this has been a kind of dramatic and fast-moving situation that we've experienced. Indeed, gratitude to Chair Hoffman. I don't even know if the ink was dry on you becoming the new chair before I had to call you and share with you, in, let's be honest, a state of alarm, what had been shared with me. Yes. So you may recall that at the end of the last session, the Legislative Fiscal Office asked HEC to do a study about the quote efficiency of Oregon's public universities. And I think the general tenor of the ask was to discern how we had been spending money unwisely and that they could fix us, in this kind of way. But what the report revealed, which is available to everyone online, is that we've actually been an incredibly efficient group of universities. And the truth is, we haven't really had the opportunity to not be efficient. With what money were we going to be inefficient? It's kind of a crazy situation. The report reveals that we are very wise in terms of spending, and in fact are actually more efficient than other state agencies. And I think it all goes to the kind of lack of money that is out there. One thing that was not asked of the Higher Education Coordinating Commission was to create recommendations. Nevertheless, recommendations were created by Executive Director Cannon, and it was asserted that I believe by 2030, all of the public universities most of us would run out of our reserves and cash. We were not part of making of those numbers. And so that was a concerning, to me, somewhat egregious error as I've talked with all the board chairs since I arrived. Unless there's an emergency like we were going to experience or perhaps may this year with cuts from the state, we have always held true to keeping those reserves in place according to our board statements. The plan from the HEC budget note included, number one, a plan for institutional integration or mergers. This could be anything from shared services to the example is a combined community college and university, or the three regionals combining together. The second was that academic programs were going to be renewed and reviewed by the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. And so those were two very new powers that would be ceded to them in the plan. Other ones, it's hard to argue with. These are not dire. Creating a salary pool for essential compensation increases. I think these are related to our labor agreements, which often come through the state of Oregon before they come to us. Creating a pool for IT infrastructure, in particular around cybersecurity, where investments are needed. And funding for targeted sustainability and integration efforts was the last one, like the True PSU monies, which were essential for us lifting up both the MSW and the counseling programs. So these were ultimately the recommendations that emerged. Simultaneous with the HEC budget note emerging, Representative Pam Marsh, who represents the region in which SOU resides, created a bill because she was concerned that her local regional university was experiencing extraordinarily difficult financial times. And so I believe in coordination with SOU, there were several variations on this bill that would be created to study the universities and come up with a plan for our sustainability. And I've linked the bill that was ultimately created to your cover sheet. And in a similar fashion to the HEC budget note, it empowers HEC to create a study of Oregon's post-secondary education system for detailed recommendations. And it does, it lists things somewhat different from the Higher Education Coordinating Commission's original budget note. But given that HEC would be undertaking the study, I think we have a pretty clear understanding of what their final report would look like. The Marsh Bill 4124, as we learned that first week in Salem, has a lot of gas in its engine, and the brake pads are not working. The legislators are extraordinarily interested in pushing this bill forward and looking for, quote, solutions to the problem of higher education funding in the state. We have several concerns about this bill that we've discussed with those 30 plus legislators we met with the first week. And the first issue that we brought to the fore was any study of the universities should actually derive from consultation and collaboration. As I just teased Chuck a moment ago, I've been in the business since I got my PhD. It's been a while. I'm an old lady. I have experience, and I would love to help create solutions to the quote problem of higher education in Oregon's public university. And I think one of the things that makes us feel concerned that collaboration may not exist is the way the budget note was constructed. I mentioned that phone call to Chuck. I was told about the report in a phone call 5 days before it was published. I didn't have any foreknowledge about what would become the solution. And so I think creating solutions for the university should involve both our board and the president and others at the university. The second concern that we have with this legislation is there are some board-defined responsibilities that are embedded in some of the work that's being created. Although the Marsh bill doesn't have anything about academic program reviews within it, there are concerns that there's a little bit of overreach, which is why we asked Trustee Chair Hoffman to share the news of that at the HEC Coordinating Commission meeting when the original budget note was approved to bring to the legislature. A third issue we have is that, in some ways, it feels that the problem isn't kind of being defined right. The universities have already agreed to collaborate on shared services. Indeed, a study was delivered to me 2 weeks ago. We're meeting with HEC, I think tomorrow or the next day, about this shared services study. So it feels like we're kind of enlarging HEC's power in the long term to determine solutions for the university without the university's voice being a part of that. And there's no kind of credit given to the universities. Everything in all of the language that's shared is saying there's competition, that we're not working together. And it's just not true. I mean, we meet regularly among the OPUs where no one knows the universities quite like we do. And so, we just really feel that some of the narrative that's being created in these reports and in the legislation have us doomed to failure before we've even given it a try. One of the things that we really tried to share is that we're all being painted with the same brush here. EOU is not SOU. And I don't say that to say we're better. I just simply mean we are a different institution. We are not experiencing the exact same problems, and we are not desirous of having the same solutions either. I think that, again, given the many years of experience we have in higher education, we would like to be able to address our problems ourselves. And then I would also share, again, going back to this idea that the wrong problems are addressed in the report, each of the shared services that we're working on are actually going to cost a great deal of money. I am eager to invest in cybersecurity at a price that I can afford, but it is nevertheless a new investment for the university. And building integrated systems, again, are new investments for the university. And I need to know that I will be served at an equal level as my peers within any of these agreements. And then I think, as each of us knows, the truth is there just isn't simply enough money. I worry that Oregon is actually trying to create a cheaper higher education system than the one they have. And it's 46 in the nation. It doesn't get cheaper than 46, except 47, 48, 49, and 50, right? There are so many other steps before that. So it feels like kind of a desperate kind of dash. That being said, there are members of the legislature who we talked to have genuine concern about the future of Oregon's universities, truly want to create solutions. Some of them believe that this report will shed light on the fiscal issues in Oregon and perhaps lead to greater funding solutions. One wonders, one hopes, one doesn't bet on it. So we have lobbied quite extensively on this, including all of those one-on-one meetings. Chair Hoffman has been very active and helped us. He has testimony for this bill there. And we've, of course, talked with Ben Cannon multiple times to talk through, our feelings about the situation, our, standards, and what we would like to see. There are, of course, no guarantees in any of this business, but it is a kind of deeply concerning moment. The Marsh bill will pass, and a study will likely be created unless the price tag for it is so high that Ways and Means balks at it. And so we will see that. Hopefully, I will have been consulted on that, but we will see that next year. The deadline in the Marsh bill is for next year, and then the legislature could start taking up the pieces of the bill. Some legislators shared with us, why are you so worried about a study? Do you know how many studies are done every year in the Oregon legislature? Of course, it's my job to protect the institution, so that's why I'm concerned about the study, right? But that's another, just kind of ameliorating point that has been raised in the many meetings we've had. So I share these with you just to let you know, where our thoughts and concerns are on this current legislation and dramatic moves by the Higher Education Coordinating Commission. It has reached national news. You will see it in the Chronicle of Higher Education and Inside Higher Ed. I do think the new news from SOU is part of the gas in the tank. When I tell them not to paint us all with the same brush, they're like, "Well, tell that to PSU and SOU." So these are difficult, very nuanced conversations, but we are really trying to have them. I don't know, Tim, if there's any color that I didn't paint or if there's questions.
I'm not sure there's anything left on that palette. Go ahead, Tim.
I would add just the observations after doing this for a while that Oregon only responds to a crisis. The state, in so many of its bills, really, it's stated in the bill that they are responding to a crisis, right? And that is part of why we're in the situation we are as a state, because we've just continually responded to crises and never actually tried to fix anything. The other thing I would add to that is that we do not reward success, whether you're in business or industry or natural resources or anything. What across the state you're continually finding is that if there is success, it usually comes with more added layers of bureaucracy and or regulation, and that's across the board. And a good example of that is the transportation package. They barely got that through the state legislature because there were people from both sides of the aisle saying this is onerous. This doesn't work for me as a business person. This doesn't work for the constituents that I serve, because we can't just keep tacking on additional bills or for legislation to go through to add taxation onto it. We are losing in businesses and industries. We think it's bad in Eastern Oregon. It's bad all over the state where businesses are relocating. You look at major companies like Dutch Brothers, who was founded in the state of Oregon. Everybody was very proud of, when they went public, people were like, I'm investing in this because it's an Oregon-based, Oregon-grown business. They've elected to move to Arizona because it's cheaper for them to operate there. So we're kind of losing sight of, as a state, what's important to the state and how we want to manage and resource the state. And in higher education, it's this crisis that we're going through right now that the lens is very sharply focused on the universities, and it's hard to not be painted with the same brush as President Ryan mentioned, because that's the out, right? It's like, well, we don't need this. We're doing fine at Eastern Oregon University. Well, these other institutions are struggling. It's just not long before you guys could be in that same place. And we need to look at all these components. And so the biggest issue there is that idea of, and people did hear us when we talked about not being consulted or as part of the conversation. There were folks who were surprised that we weren't at the table in those dialogues. It is going to move pretty quickly. We're not going to divert it during this session, and then the work's going to continue on. We'll likely see some kind of a draft and some recommendations coming out late in the fall, because they'll likely be included in the governor's recommended budget if there's anything that's coming out of that, or has to be drafted into legislation and by the end of the year in preparation for the next session that will start up in early 2027. We did manage to get a couple of amendments into the bill, a couple language changes that really made it more explicit that the universities would be at the table during these discussions. So it is a tough part, and in some ways the crisis is drawing the attention. And as we said, as President Ryan said with the report, found out that we actually are extremely efficient with the dollars, but there's no reward for that. You just are then told to do more with less. And that's where we're at. And then the state will ask us, why aren't we producing more teachers? Why aren't we producing more healthcare professionals? There's nobody going into behavioral health. What are we doing about that? And we'll say, we're doing everything we can. And it's also not fair to put that burden onto the shoulders of our students and say these rising costs are going to be borne by our students. Then we've eliminated access to higher education, and that's not what we're about. Thank you for my speech.
Yeah, thank you. Thoughts? Chair Mendoza.
Trustee, thank you, Chair.
Reappointed.
I just gave you that. Thanks for Trustee Mendoza.
That
you,
was
Chair.
Freudian. How Freudian can one person
No, but you are back to that. I almost want us to have this key talking point to legislature and say, what have you done with our resources back to even education or higher ed and K-12? What are you doing with the 22 cents on every dollar that I spend in PERS? What are you doing with the insurance costs that we're covering? What are you doing with the unemployment costs that we're covering? What are you doing with the kicker tax reform that you haven't done? It's almost just like we spend basically, like I said earlier, 40 cents, not even including the wages, let alone the programs or services or the staffing that we need for our students. So we're doing these things, and you're creating that system. So I almost want us to have these three or four big things. What are you doing to fix this? What are you doing to fix that? Because I'm really only getting 60 cents on every dollar to do the things that you ask. I want them to feel something that's yeah, that's true. We got to do something about that. So that the reality is you're not funding us the way you should fund us. And then you want more, with more accountability, more whatever, and less resources to do it. That is really stupid, or that is really dumb. It's that kind of stuff that I wish we could say quickly to them. When are you going to fix this? When are you going to fix this? When are you going to fix this? Because I can get you a lot more results if I have those resources. Sorry. That's, you just, again.
Yeah, to make sure you frame that in a non-confrontational way.
No, I would share. I think he's right. And, when we press, people tell me they will lose their job over those issues, right? I mean, that's why we are in the situation we are in, is because each of the crises that higher education is experiencing right now is connected with larger issues in the state that no one wants to tackle because it's politically untenable. And so some coalition has to emerge that is willing to tackle the untenable.
And what they say too, back to historically over time, which I think greatly, is our democracy starts to crumble when you don't have the resources to maintain the democracy. And what we're doing right now is we're creating a variety of systems that are starting to crumble because we do not have the resources to maintain the order or the structure of it all. So we got to figure out all of that.
I don't know if it was mentioned. I was just curious, are any of the universities in support of this?
No. In addition, I think SOU has a gray area because it's their representative. But in addition, the community colleges are not supportive of this.
So all the universities are against this. I was just kind of curious. I mean, we talked on the advocacy portal, and that's probably a way. Is there more that? I mean, like we said, this is going to pass, but it really is just kind of a. It feels like a little bit of a slap in the face, saying that, "Hey, you guys don't know what you're doing. We're gonna take a look because we don't trust you." Um, that's how it feels to me, and how it's presented. But on the board levels, are the boards, we've got our presidents and we have our VPs and we have different students and those groups are lobbying. But how can boards get more involved? We talked the advocacy. That's a good start with that portal. Where are the other boards? What are the conversations that they're having? Is there a way for the boards to also continue? I mean, maybe I'm just building on the conversation from earlier or just having the same one, but it just seems like that there's opportunity. There's a lot of people in this room that are, it's leaving a sour taste in the mouth. So I'm just kind of curious.
I mean, I think that's something we could bring up and I could bring up to our OPU lead, Mary Moyer, who you guys got to meet this summer, is, maybe a shared board of trustee letter, because it is true. It really does impede on the territories. One discouraging, and there's nothing preventing us from doing that. But one discouraging fact in all of this is, when Tim was listening to, I think it was the second or third hearing on this bill, one senator literally said, "This is unpopular, but we have to do it." They know that all of the universities are opposed to it, but they have to do it. But you don't hear that same language around the issues that George mentioned, because higher education doesn't have a voting block in this state, right? So you can punish higher ed, but God forbid you step on some of the issues that George mentioned, so it's difficult. But I don't think there's anything preventing us from pursuing a board letter.
I think this will naturally take place, but I'm feeling a retreat topic only in so much as if it's a sort of a do pass situation here in this moment. Then what I'm sensing in what the legislative cycle usually looks like is they'll build a holder for whatever this report is going to say in order to kick into the long session. We won't know until an obnoxiously late timeline what that language gets replaced with, based on, when the legislative concepts and such have to be presented. So it will just be the blank bill that says, here's our higher ed, probably something terrible bill, but we won't know. And so I'm kind of wondering in that retreat space, how we sort of storm the castle, so to speak, at that time where they're really making that decision of what goes into that held bill space, because the long session, I feel like, is probably when the action's going to happen and whatever that action may be. So I don't know, like an earmark for retreat on what the advocacy looks like.
We should be able to do that in the ideally, because we put that amended language in there, we will have a better idea of what is going to be proposed in that bill. If it works like it should, and it has in the past when we've been actively involved in governance oversight, things like, what was it, Chris, Senate Bill 273, we were actively at the table having dialogue with the legislators, so we knew what was going to be moved forward into the language of the bill. And because of that, it received better support during a session. If it's done under a cloak of darkness, and then suddenly there's a surprise, not only us, but 6 other institutions, probably 7, if you include OHSU, who will probably get drug into it, will not be happy about this, and 17 community colleges, and all with boards and all with a lot of leverage, and there'll be a reckoning, I'm sure, if something like that happens. So if there's going to be any kind of change, ideally it's going to be a little more transparent than what we've seen, and we've tried to make that abundantly clear.
Maybe we can borrow all the log trucks, but have a bunch of university people in them this time, and just so we can literally log jam again out in front of the Capitol.
Anyone online?
Yeah. Thank you. I guess I like the idea and could support this joint letter from boards of all the universities. Yeah, we've had an experience, as some of you know, about water in Harney County recently, and the four governments actually put together a resolution that they wanted to work together, and they sent that up. And I think, I don't know, I think there could be some power in that.
I was just going to close with asking if we can work with our representatives to push a bill through to assess the spending and cost efficiency of Oregon and the state. Flip that script. Maybe we can get in the long session for next year. I'd be curious. I bet there'd be support behind that one.
I've actually fantasized about that since this emerged. I will confess to that publicly.
Find the legislator that wants to cut their own throat, and they'll be able to do it. Okay, just a couple final thoughts that I jotted down during this discussion. The first thing is, Tim, regarding rewarding success, we all know that no good deed ever goes unpunished. So again, nothing that is new. When President Ryan first off me, I had to hold the phone out here. It was clear to a certain extent this is a back to the future event. It's almost like every problem, the solutions start. No problem is new. I mean, everything is back to the future. One of the things that really resonated with me today is when we all realize that we're being asked to do more with less, right? I mean, that's a given. But one thing that really resonated with me, and I think that is going to have legs, is when you said there's nowhere to go except 47, 48, 49, and 50. That is a powerful statement. And I think that's something that, that's almost like a tagline for this campaign. There's nowhere else to go except 47, 48, and 49, and 50. I think the study's been done. I think the results of this study are foregone. I think we could sit down, and I bet you we could write the recommendations in that study today. So Trustee Lair mentioned, a retreat topic. We'll discuss that. I think we're going to have a very good idea in August what's coming out. What we do about it, I don't know, but I think we know pretty much right now. I bet you we could write 80% of that report, and they have to do it in a hurry. They can't. It's not like they gonna reinvent the wheel, because they have to, as Tim said, they need that out by probably November at the latest. So anyway, one other thing, you mentioned coalitions. So I get to do this twice. At this point in my life, being someone who should enjoy the twilight of their life, I get to deal with this higher education problem. And my other job is Medicaid. This same exact story is being played out in Medicaid, and I think, Tim, you said it that maybe it was you, Kelly, that there is no voice. There's no voice for higher education. There's no voice for Medicaid. I mean, these are vulnerable populations, and I wonder if there might be value in getting together with the CCO governmental affairs staff. It's a single sum game. I mean, the amount of money. What struck me, remember, you probably don't remember, when Ben Cannon was before us, I said, how in the world did we get to 46? And he said, and I think I took it personally, basically what I heard him said was, because you took all the money for medicine and for healthcare. So I realize it's a zero sum game, but I'm not sure that coalition works. But it's a thought that we're going through the same exact thing in both spaces. So anyway, I throw all that out as just thoughts that occurred to me during the discussion, which I think was excellent. So thank you very much, and thank you, board members, for all your thoughts. Chris, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Thank you, but no, not right now.
Okay, well, let's move on then. So at this point, I think Diego's not here, but I see Professor Grigsby and Jordan here. So shall we ask them to come up? This is the time for our shared governance report. We have Professor Grigsby, who is the Faculty Senate President, and Jordan Withers, who is our Council President, Director Jordan Withers, who is our University Council President. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here and updating us. Professor Grigsby, I'll give the floor to you first. Go ahead, sir. Let me push the button.
Yeah.
It'll light up green when you push the right one.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and you online people too. Chair Hoffman, President Ryan. I haven't met some of you before, so yes, I'm Bill Grigsby. I've been here 24 years. Came in 2002. I've done this job. This is my second rodeo with Senate. So, and you know, I did submit the report. We're supposed to submit a report, so I did that. And I figured if you want to read it, you read it. So I see no reason to read the report or to go over it. And I thought I would just kind of lay out, because I have to remind myself sometimes of this too. And I'm not going to take your time. It's not going to take very long to do this. What does Faculty Senate do, really? And I have a cheat sheet here just because there's enough there that I feel like I need a cheat sheet. I don't want to leave anybody out because it takes a lot of people to run this place. You know, we have I don't know, 350 to 400 employees, something like that. Faculty are well over a third of that. You know, and we do the instruction. So it's, you know, a lot of things relate to what faculty do here. But we also have this 20% of our appointment, if we're regular full-time, that is not instruction and it's not in the classroom. And that would involve institutional service, outreach to the community, as well as, what am I forgetting? And research, of course, yeah. And so, this is part of my institutional service, although most of us are doing more than just one thing for that 20%. Hello, Diego. You know, what we do is sometimes action. We take action. Sometimes we have discussions, and sometimes we do communication. The communication is best when it's two-way. Right. And that means from faculty to administration, from faculty to faculty. Sometimes it's faculty communicating with colleges, and sometimes vice versa. Colleges have their own discussions and they come up to faculty. And then we have a larger discussion just to make sure everybody's on the same page. And that's been a priority for me because I feel like sometimes it's really hard. People are busy. We're all doing more with less. So that communication part I find very important, and I like to make sure it goes both ways on that. We have our standing committees. So we have the University Council, we have Faculty Senate, and our standing committees that have to do with curricular approval. And curricular approval, they start in the department, start with an idea. The department votes, they approve, it goes to the college approves, then it goes on to our EPCC, which is our curricular committee for discussion and approval, and then on to Senate for approval. By the time it gets to Senate, any kinks or wrinkles have probably been worked out, right? At the college level, it goes back, it gets, you know, reproposed. And so usually that what happens in Senate is sort of an automatic approval. We have academic standards, which deals a lot with academic suspensions of students. Right now, they are doing we're just kind of going through the interim policy of lowering the admission standard from 2.75 to 2.5. And they're just doing due diligence, right? They want to make sure that if there are resource implications, we know what they are. And we will have, they will have a response and possibly recommendations or just information to Senate at sometime in the spring term. FPC is a faculty personnel committee, and they're responsible for people who do tenure, promotion, retention, and they maintain the handbook that sometimes we vote on. And then there's a committee that does faculty development, and they vote on funding for people who want to do professional development, go to conferences, things like that. Those are the standing committees. Then, occasionally there are ad hoc committees because the standing committees can't do it all, and sometimes it's not within their purview. So sometimes ad hoc committee work comes up to Senate. It's nice to have faculty buy-in for things, and so we'll entertain these things. These aren't always things we vote on, though. Sometimes they're just things we need to discuss and communicate out to our constituents. Examples would be the Gen Ed policy, which maybe you've been familiarized with. And we changed it. And Ben Cannon was partly, we have him to thank and Heck to thank for part of that. We don't know where all of that is going. But anyway, they've done their work for now. They've reduced the number of credits for Gen Ed, which we hope helps to streamline things as far as students moving through and making good progress on reaching degree completion. Digital accessibility is coming up, and we need to discuss that as faculty as well. And there is a deadline, it's not really a deadline, I guess it's a soft deadline of April 24th to try to make sure that not only are we doing the right thing for our students and for outward facing for the website and whatever, but that we avoid the digital accessibility police, whoever they may be. And then we have the OPM contract, which is the second time around there, and we just looked it over. The work was done by an ad hoc committee. And so, things come up. Sometimes they're ad hoc committees, and we deal with them. Some of the issues for Faculty Senate this year, I think it's official, right? New trustee for June? Yeah. Did that? Yeah. Okay. I can say, yeah. So Dan Costi. So, Chris at Legal Counsel sends a notification that, do you want to nominate somebody? We did that. We nominated 2 very qualified people, and Dan Costi was chosen. So I'm glad that's worked out well. We also have the Interinstitutional Faculty Senate, and we kind of work with them too. And they seem particularly well placed to help faculty have a voice in terms of what's happening with HEC and budgets and whatnot. So we voted on that. We have 2 senators that represent EOU on that committee, Interinstitutional Faculty Senate, and they go meet virtually or in person and discuss things that affect all of the public universities. HEC, we've had a lot of discussions of HEC. I want to come a little early and hear, I didn't know about this new information. Is it a bombshell? Really? SOU? I don't know. But anyway, it's new, and it seems like as far as Senate, we're in a holding pattern for now. As far as it's in the legislature, we don't know exactly how to have a voice because we don't know what things are going to look like. But I want to make sure as the Senate president that everybody's familiar with what's happening and that they've read it and they have opinions, and they're informed opinions, because these are things that will affect all of us. The accreditation body, we have discussed that. We know that we're going to have some things to do there, and the rest of this term, as far as like program learning outcomes, they want us to make sure they're available and published. Just had one came up, I think today. It was NWCCU is talking about diluting the credentials needed for hiring in libraries at universities, and that's troubling to me. We have on the Senate a representative from the library, and so my suspicion is that we'll have something to say, hopefully collectively as a voice and faculty, and send it to NWCCU. Another issue that has come up, and I'm a sociologist, so sometimes I enjoy looking at organizations and institutions and how they interact. It's just part of the way my training went and the way my brain is built, and I've been very interested being on Faculty Senate with certificates this this year, because we're starting to get them. So of all kinds, shapes and sizes. And they all, they're all very thoughtful, and they go through the process of approval. It's a new thing, though. We want to make sure that certificates don't at some point compete with minors, that they have their own distinct role in the curriculum of the university. But then we also look at the opportunities that present themselves for creating new curricula via certificates, whether it's non-matriculated populations or current students. So I think the EPCC, which is our curricular committee, has agreed to sort of look at that issue, and I hope there's quite a bit there to look at. And so I hope that we hear back from them by the end of the year. Let's see. Have I forgotten? No, I don't think so. We do have one outstanding issue with this IFS, but we'll take care of that at the next meeting. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to avoid them or try to respond or whatever works. Questions about what I said or anything in the report?
Well, I, for one, find the educational process you just led us through very interesting. That's the first time I've heard it. So I really appreciate it. Any questions for Professor Grigsby?
That sounds like it's like one of my classes. Right?
Yeah, I hope I get an A. Just saying.
No, I'll just provide comments. No, I appreciate the thoroughness, and I had 3 questions ready, and you answered all of them regarding the report. So I thought that was very thorough, and I appreciate you coming today. And again, just going through the process. And I'm glad we have our next faculty trustees sorted and approved. So that's good. I'm excited for that.
Well, I'm grateful for the opportunity, and I just like to wish best of luck to all of us in these sobering times.
Amen. Trustee Valerio, I see your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Bill, you brought up a very good point that I'm not thinking about it at all. Certificates competing with minors. Can you expand on that? Because one of the things that when it's presented to us, say for discussion or approval, are impacts of any new program may have on the existing ones. But this is not under the radar of what I was thinking about. So could you expand on that, please?
Well, a certificate, I mean, everybody does it differently, and EOU does have some parameters around certificates. How many credits, for instance? They shouldn't be as much as a minor, should be something less. One that came up recently was in data analytics, right? And the idea was they were producing this for business majors who needed to be able to have some background in that, but also maybe put that on their resumes when they go out looking for work. Another that I thought was, after I got over the head scratching, I thought was really interesting. Professor Kyle Pfaffenbach, and I'm sure others, developed this certificate on tactical physiology. And, if you think about the different professions where people are like first responders is a good example, and the need to sort of regulate that, firefighters. And as he explained it, I realized he was not really looking at a student population here. He was looking at others, and there's competition out there. There are other people that are doing the same thing. Some of them are private entities, and it's just, I don't know if they're bottom feeders, but you can get certificates for really practically having a pulse these days. And so I think it's good for us to just make sure that we know the left hand knows what the right hand is doing. We know what's our philosophy. Are we doing this to supplement majors? And over the long run, and I think this may have more to do with just, what do we measure going forward? What do we evaluate? Do they compete with minors? Do we have less people doing minors because more people are doing certificates? I know the Ed College has a lot of certificates and various things, and they're good for them. They're like these separate things, not as much as a minor, but a very, I think, sort of restricted content area. Is what I have seen is faculty do their due diligence, and they have seen what else is being offered out there, how many credits, and they want to make sure that their certificates are competitive. My fear as I first looked at this was, is there a point where we might have to worry about proliferation of certificates? Might they become, we have so many that it's just hard to keep track of them. It's probably good to get a handle on that before that happens. Now, our registrar, Emily, did say that this is good, I think. The NWCCU is now part of the approval process for certificates, so it's not quite like the Wild West anymore. Anyway, there's enough there that I think if we can provide information moving forward that helps people figure out how certificates get integrated into the full curricular package, I hope we get more clarity by the end of this academic year on that.
And Bill, thank you for the answer. I guess in the context of sitting on the board and receiving this info, I guess the process that we have now internally should address that. So once that proposal reaches the board, we should not be worrying about it. Is that something we should be asking, or is being treated throughout the process and is not something that should be, consider or question or a conversation issue we have? I guess that's what my mind is going.
Well, I do think that by the time it might get to the board, and I'm not even sure if the process, it's not a new program, so I'm not sure it goes to the board. I don't think it does. It's good for the board to know this is happening, though, and we would certainly try to, again, if we're communicating and everybody knows what others are doing that might affect them, the board should be familiar probably with how certificates play into the other components of our curricula.
Yeah, it goes through our ASA committee, and then it comes to the full board. So
it does. So
3K, including the technical
okay.
Certificate came to us today. So
thank you, Bill. I see another hand, so I'm going to yield. Thank you.
Yeah, we have time for one more question. Then we're going to have to move on. So, Trustee Geoghegan.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for the explanation on your perspective on certificates. And I just want to mention, for the record, that programs can't stay the same forever. They need to adapt. I mean, that's why we do program review every 3 to 5 years, because we need to be sensitive to the changing environment. And higher ed has gone through a dramatic change after the pandemic, and now another one. That the way that education is viewed has shifted, has changed. It used to be that people would go to college so that they could come out structured thinkers. Now they're going to college so that they can get an education and get a job. So the demand has shifted, has changed. And although I do understand your concern with, being in a Wild West where we could, anything goes. But in my experience, and I have done a lot of research in this because I'm actually a lot of research in this, the state of Oregon is not the Wild West. Between NWCCU and HEC, and HEC looks at programs, looks at certificates, and views them as programs. And so when you're building these, you have to make sure that your program isn't duplicating the efforts of another program throughout the state or in your university, right? So we have to be strategic in how we place these. And the way that I look at education today, you need to adapt or die. I mean, we're seeing that with what's happening in Southern Oregon right now, right? And certificates are a really important way for a university to do two things: to test the interest of an area, to make sure that when we go in an area that we don't build programs where there's not a demand for it, and two, to subsidize other smaller programs that may have enrollment where you have like 5-6 people in programs like that. So you need to have that footprint online and face-to-face as part of your portfolio for a university today. I mean, that's just reality, right? I do think that we need to make sure that the programs we put out there are not competing with the junk ones that you're talking about. I get what you're saying, but our programs won't. They go through they go to a faculty process you just described. It was a series of committees that review it. They go through full faculty review, and they carry with it credits. A lot of those ones you're talking about, the other junk ones, don't do those two things. So I do think that, we do need to be careful, but I do need to remember that is a vital piece of a program offerings, right, of a university. So So I just want to put my points on it. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Margo. I mean, I didn't mean to imply that I'm trying to avoid the Wild West scenario, and just trying to, impose some order on this. I agree with you. I think it's much better to swim with the current than to fight it. So, yeah.
Duly noted, Margo.
Gotcha. But you know what? We have a lot of really smart and innovative people here at EOU, and it's going to be really fun to find innovative ideas of showcasing programs and carving out an appropriate place for us with regard to that kind of program.
Okay, Professor, thank you very much, and thank the Senate. We appreciate all of your hard work. Director Jordan Withers, the floor is now yours.
Thank you. I will be conscientious of time. We do boring work. We do important work, but we do boring work in University Council. We partner with Chris on policies. We help ensure that the administrative processes are adhered to. But more importantly, the thing I did want to stress of what we're doing, especially this year, is that cultural aspect that I think that serves as a central pillar to our conversations today as well. The people in this room, you're fighters, you're advocates, and I think that your legacy will well represent that. And that's well represented also in the leadership at the institution. Dr. Kelly Ryan, Leanne, Tim, Molly, Beanie. I apologize if I forgot anyone. But all of them grounded a really strong approach to the belief that none of our comments today were we need to be competing against each other to survive. It's we need to be cooperative with each other to compete with the outside world. That's sometimes seeking to say, hey, we don't want to see you succeed, even though you can. And so I just wanted to highlight that a lot of what University Council's ambition is this year, even from that timeline that we discussed back in our original meeting, it's grounded in that cultural understanding of saying, how do we bring people into systems and have those cascading conversations to say, what do you want to know about? What do you need to know? How is your voice represented? What can we do to be collaborative and recognize your accomplishments versus saying, hey, you're the enemy, we're going to target and we're going to fight internally. So I just wanted to highlight and again reiterate that our ambition this year is to continue what you're already saying, that EOU has a lot of strong pursuits and it can continue to be stronger without that internal fighting and internal strife that sometimes seems to mark it along the way. So that's the cultural transition that UC is seeking to continue to embody in and of itself this year.
Thanks, Jordan, for those comments. Any questions, thoughts? We appreciate the work of the council as well and your leadership. So, okay, ASEOU President Diego Vergara Zuber, welcome.
Thank you, Trustee Hoffman. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you all for having me. I was unable to meet with everybody at the last board meeting, but our Senate Chair was able to deliver our report. I kind of made a presentation for everybody. If we can get that on the Zoom. Oh. Yes, so like I was saying, thank you. And us over at ASUU, we've done a great job of really combining all of the students' diverse backgrounds. And for many of us, this is our first year in student government. So I'd like to give a special shout out to everybody in ASUU and the wonderful job that they've done. So I'm just here to share some updates and some exciting events that we will be hosting. So overview, I'm going to talk a little bit about events, the campus impact that we've had this year, some involvement with students that we've really just strive for, and then the future for ASUU. This is a photo of the ASUU people who were at the Capitol lobbying in this last week. We had a great turnout, which was great, and we really got to help Eastern and our alma mater. So obviously some events that we've had, we had some great events this year. Special shout out to our Director of Campus Affairs. We had a great pumpkin smash event in the fall where we purchased 55 pumpkins and we had 55 students come and smash a pumpkin. It was during midterms week, so students who were anxious and maybe just wanted to let some anger out on some pumpkins, they were more than happy to smash some pumpkins. For winter term, we had some great events as well. We had our ice cream social, which we paired with our open house, so students could really come and meet us and really ask questions. We are hosting elections, so they could really become involved and bring up ideas and maybe questions that they want to see fulfilled, which we had, I think, about 91 or 92 students that attended that, which was great. We did also just have our Petals and Pour event last week during Valentine's Day. It was a great event. We purchased flowers from Safeway and were able to let students build their own bouquets for free. It was a great opportunity for students to really enjoy the holiday and have a great kind of memory for the holiday. Some upcoming events that we're planning, we have a Green Out event that will be in week 9 this term to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. We have some fun ideas involving Dubai chocolate. Don't ask me what that means because I don't really know what that means. But we are also working in the spring we are attempting to partner with athletics to really bridge the gap between student government and athletics and to have a masquerade gala. That's something that we're trying to work on and have a fun dance in the spring outside, preferably, but with weather, you never know. But yeah, and then obviously our annual car smash that's been going on. It's kind of an ASUU tradition that's been going on for a while. And this is just an image from the Petals and Pour event. We had a great turnout. So these are some of the flyers that we've made. We had our Smash a Pumpkin event in the fall, and then our Petals and Pour event that just happened. We did also have a chocolate fountain at the Petals and Pour event, which students loved. We had strawberries and marshmallows that students could dip in chocolate, which was really fun for a lot of students. These are some other photos just from the Sunday social, kind of a flyer, and then the chocolate fountain. They did get kind of messy, but it was a big hit. So yeah. Campus impact, like I mentioned, we did have 50 students that attended the pumpkin smash. We did have 89 students that attended the ice cream social. And from what I've been told from last year, the percentage of students that are really engaging and really coming to our events has increased from last year. We did have 71 students at the Petals and Pour. Now onto kind of another topic that we started this year. We did start the Mountie Minute, which I don't know who's seen it and who hasn't, but it is kind of like a informational news clip that we're really just trying to help students understand the information that goes on campus. So many students come up to myself and other people in ASUU and are just confused with all the events and they don't know about this event and that event. So really just trying to concise all that information into one spot. We did have 4,000 views on our first episode, which is great. We consistently have over 1,000 on each of our episodes. We did have a special episode from the Capitol that our Megan, our Senate chair, she's one of our anchors, which was great. And then this is actually the Mountie Minute. You have a sneak peek. It comes out tomorrow. So this is the one.
Welcome back to the Mountie Minute. My name is Wyatt Bartroff.
And I'm Megan Scharf.
And this is your Mountie Minute.
Starting off with some athlete shout-outs and highlights. Congratulations to the women's basketball team on their win over Bushnell and the men's basketball team on their win over Corbin last weekend. Congratulations to the softball team on their 4 wins over Puget Sound last weekend as well. Shout out to Sarah McKen, Sydney Peck, and Riley Morris for all setting new school records and various track events last week. Also, another shout out to Riley Morris for being named CCC Athlete of the Week. And congratulations to the track and field team as a whole for having 20 top 25 marks, over 20 PRs, 2 event titles, 2 A standards, and 1 B standard at last weekend's meet in Spokane.
This Friday and Saturday, February 20th and 21st, home track meet is in the Fieldhouse. Friday night, basketball versus Southern Oregon University. The theme is Jersey Night. Women start at 5:30, men starts at 7:30. Saturday, basketball versus OIT. Theme is Whiteout and it's senior night. Women start at 3, men start at 5. Saturday and Sunday, home baseball games versus College of Idaho, Saturday at 12 and 3 and Sunday at 11 and 2. And good luck to all of our men's wrestling, softball, and lacrosse athletes who are traveling this week. This has been the Mountie Minute.
Mount up.
So obviously the goal is just to really have students understand where information and really help them understand just what goes on their campus. Okay, moving on, some student involvement, kind of things that we've really strived for. We are trying to reach as many students as possible, especially with the rise of AI and a bunch of other kind of issues that students are concerned about. And we really just are trying to provide the best opportunities for students at Eastern. Like I said, the Mountie Minute is really about combining all the information that the students receive into one location. And we have a great, diverse student population on ASUU this year, which I believe is great. It really helped with planning events and really representing all the different student bodies on campus. And we did have a great election turnout. We did have all of our openings filled, which is great. We have some candidate forums that are coming up, and we are really excited to move on to that. The future, we want to obviously expand Mountie Minute as best as we can. We are working with AV and others to really address the accessibility issues that are coming from the federal government, as well as just trying to reach more people on campus. We are maybe thinking about making a specific Instagram or some YouTube channel for the Mountie Minute. We do really want to strive for a high level of commitment. That's something that year over year, something that I feel like ASUU struggles with is having students that are as committed as the students in the past. Oftentimes, the director and president positions are students who are graduating, who are older, and it is hard to have the continuity from students year over year. We do really want to focus this year on training from the incumbent to the interim. That's something that last year, this is actually my first year in student government, and last year I felt that I wasn't trained as well as maybe I should have been, but I feel like I've picked up the slack, and that's something I really want to focus on for the people coming next year, that we can really train them and they can understand their goals and responsibilities. And obviously, the last thing we want to focus on is just monthly deadlines for events. Students love events, and just having fun events that students can come to each month and really have a detailed plan about fulfilling those ideas and goals is something that I really want to focus on. And something I asked everybody in ASUU at our weekly meeting last night was I wanted everybody to come up with 2 ideas for the rest of the year, something that they wanted to accomplish. We have about 13 weeks left of the school year for us, and something that 2 ideas that students really want to change on campus, or event ideas, or something fun for the remainder of the year. So that is it. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you. That's all very exciting. I do have a question for you, and maybe Megan also. When I was talking to Anna and Connor about their involvement on the board and how they communicate back to the student body about their experiences and activities on the board of trustees, it struck me that that there may not be a very good way for them to do that. And I think it was Connor who suggested the Mountie Minute as a possible way for them to communicate back. And so I just want to throw that out there to you all to maybe that would be an opportunity for the entire student body to be able to do it, because I think the Mountie Minute's a great idea. So I throw that out.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's actually something that Megan and I have talked about, kind of expanding the Mountie Minute. Maybe on a Friday on an episode, we could have a special guest, maybe a board member for sure. That's something that students maybe are intimidated by. I can definitely understand, a normal student of the board of trustees of a university can seem kind of overwhelming, but like everybody, we're all people. We all have our issues. We're all here to better Eastern. So
guess what? We were students once too. So
yeah.
It's hard to remember that far back, but I can't remember what happened yesterday. Yeah. You may.
Oh, I might just mention we need to recruit a trustee for next year. So we need to get the word out on that, and if you have any ideas, we'd love to hear about it.
Yes, I will be in contact. We do have a student that actually reached out to me about possibly being on the board of trustee student position. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks for bringing that up, Chris. Others?
The Mountie Minute, is that being filmed in the old studio space upstairs, or is there a new space that's at? Where is that taking place?
Yes, we are actually filming that in the podcast studio on the third floor of Hoke. We are maybe expanding to fund new locations on campus, like we did the special edition in the Capitol, and we did do an edition in the Zen Room in Hoke as well. So we are just excited for the possibilities. Like I mentioned, we do have a lot of people that come to us with ideas for the Mountie Minute and how we can improve it, and that's something that we are looking at adding into our Constitution for going forward. So.
Yeah, no, I just want to commend you guys for that. I think that's a great idea. I mean, I remember it being a conversation. I was here when the old show first moved out of there, and we were talking what to do with the space, and there were so many ideas thrown around. But to see you guys actually putting something out there that the students can engage with, I think has been awesome. And I've been one of the 1,000 views on most of them. I'd like to try to know what's going on. So I appreciate all the information that you guys are sharing. I think that's fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Others? Anyone online? No? Well, thank you three very much, Diego. I'm going to ask you to stay, and Professor and Jordan, thanks very much again for your work, and everyone's working with you. So. Okay, so we have three additional guests to join us and join Diego to talk about the Salem trip. And again, Connor was there as well as Cedric. So we have we've already met Megan Sharp. We have Lolly Macias and Rayland Williams. Did I get everybody right? Correct. Good for me. And
that was a win.
Yeah, that's a win for me because I've, you probably don't know, but I've made a couple mistakes today, just two, for good reason. So welcome all. Thank you for coming, and thank you for sharing your experience with us. I'll turn it over to you. You can run it however you wish.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We're some of the student body. Obviously, people who went to lobby days, as well as Raylan, who is a student who's gone to lobby days a few times. We prepared a short presentation to kind of talk about our personal experiences with lobby days and the impact it has had for us, as well as we feel the institution. So I'll start us off a little bit. We did just get back from lobby days. These are some photos that were taken from the Capitol. It was the coalition of the public universities in Oregon. All 7 publics were there. In my personal group, we had a little bit of representation from 4 schools. We had PSU, U of O, and Eastern, and I believe OSU. So it was a great opportunity to network and meet with other students and other mini lobbyists who are kind of excited to be entered into politics. And I did go to the True Lobby Day last year, as well as the Oregon Student Basic Need. So I've been involved a few times, and I've really enjoyed my experience personally, and meeting with legislators and really understanding the issues that they go through and that they are human like us as well. So, yep. I guess I could talk a little bit as well about the personal impact lobbying's had on my life. I got to meet our senator from our district, Todd Nash, as well as our representative, Bobby Levy. It was really nice meeting them, and I do hope to have a future in politics one day. So I did really enjoy meeting with them and just getting to know them on a personal level. I was a little intimidated by them at the beginning, but after spending a few visits with them, I was really able to connect with them and really just like I mentioned, they are human like us, and just really understand that they're trying their best. I'm trying my best, and we're all striving for the best for Eastern. So, yep.
I'm just going to take some time to talk about why lobbying is important, why we go to Salem and spend some money to go and take students, and kind of why we do it. And so first off, the importance of these legislators and these staff members are hearing from lobbyists all day. They're hearing from people that do this from a professional standpoint. So when they get to hear the personal stories of students and our voices, it's really impactful for them because they remember it. And so us being able to go and share our personal stories and advocate for things that are important to us and that we care about is really special, and they remember it. So that leads me into advocating for issues that we care about. So it's not just someone who's a hired hand to go in and advocate for their client. It's our lives, it's our university, it's our school. And so we get to go and put that passion into it. And we're not only representing the student population here at Eastern, we're representing students from across the Oregon Public Universities, all 7 of them. And so it's not just us going and representing our peers here at Eastern. There's a lot of other students in Oregon right now that are kind of scared of, I'm sure you've heard a million times today, what heck is going to decide. But every year there's something. And so we're getting to go not only as Eastern students, but just as Oregon College students in general. And then we're also providing students for opportunities for our students. Many of the students that go outside of ASUU are interested in politics, public administration, how policies form and move. And so getting to provide them with the opportunity to go and be in that process firsthand is really special, that we get to provide students with that opportunity. And so that's just a few of the reasons that it's really important that we get to do this every year, and we get to bring those students with us. So basically, each year, this was one of the first years, Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we've had a limit on how many students we can bring from each university. But in years past, Eastern has taken more students proportionally than other universities, which I think is really impactful. We'll bring the same amount of students as, say, Oregon State. And that's really impactful for a university of our size because we are much smaller than Oregon State. This year, we didn't have a limit just because legislators' office are very small. So trying to cram 15 people in there can be interesting, but we do get to have that student participation, and we get to take people outside of ASUU. I believe we took 10 of our 15 ASUU members this year, which meant we had about 15 other students go as well that have no connection to ASUU at all. So that was really, really special to get to bring those students. We get to share common interests and goals. So we're kind of collaborating and bonding over these issues and our goals and our views on them, which is bringing in collaboration from different populations of students. I mean, you have, like I said, public policy and administration majors, you had athletes there, you have ASUU members there, you have different representation from different clubs, you had anywhere from freshmen to seniors. And so you do get to really collaborate over those common interests and goals. And not only that, but we're collaborating with faculty and administration as well. Tim Seidel and Susanna Moore are great to work with. They are very, very supportive of us. And so we're getting to get that joint collaboration as well. And so we're not only connecting with our students, we're connecting with our faculty and our administration, and we're also connecting with students from other universities as well. There's people I met on my first lobby day 2 years ago that I still say hi to every time I'm in the Capitol and I see them around. Or if I happen to be on Oregon State's campus, or I was just at the SEDCOR Ag Breakfast and saw someone that I lobbied with 2 years ago from Portland State. And I said, hi, she remembered me, connected on LinkedIn, and we're still friends to this day. So we're not only collaborating with and connecting with EOU students, we're connecting with people from all over the state. And getting out there, meeting people is super, super, super important in today's job market and just growing as a person. So getting that collaboration is really important as well.
Here I have a video.
Hi, I'm going to tell them my name is CJ. I major in...
Okay, I'm just going to share. Michael Dakota helped create this video, and it's just a short clip of students that we brought onto the trip. Not all of them, because a lot of them did drive themselves and meet us there. But just so you know, we did wear seatbelts, and it's a safe.
Business admin and political science as well. And I'm a senior at Eastern Oregon University. Actually, I feel like a super senior already. But anyways, I'm also from Palau, and I'm a first year generation student.
I'm a political science and history major. Go to EOU, and I have a lot of federal funding and scholarship and stuff. I'm from LeGrand, which makes it really easy.
Hi, my name is Freddie. I'm from Pendleton, and so it was just a short, easy drive over the mountain to a nearby school, and that gave me more opportunities than it did in Pendleton or going somewhere like OSU, which was 4 hours away, and I didn't get to see my parents much, and talk about how that funding has mostly given me the opportunities to go to where I want to be.
I'm from Royale, and I think besides just degrees, as a club leader at EOU, the university has done significant work to help fund and support students and student opportunities for college kids. So I would just hope that you continue to fund the social and intellectual development of students at our university.
I'll probably start by introducing myself. Hi, my name is Sagai. I'm from Haiti. I'm an international student. I'm double majoring in business and accounting. And I would say that the funding kind of helped reduce my financial burden because I was able to apply for scholarship, and also that helped me with like book vouchers, meal vouchers, and overall just like make the college transition kind of easier for me. So.
At EOU because they have a commissioning program on the east side of the state, which is the only provider on the east side of the state for university-wise, and it's really beneficial towards me and my career pathway.
Hello, I'm Connor Fecht. I'm currently a sophomore studying pre-nursing with a minor in psychology. I'm from Lovelock, Nevada, and I came to EOU because it provides a university education in a rural area, somewhere I'm more comfortable, and it provides me many opportunities, such as student trustee, and I currently serve as justice in the student government.
My name's Chloe. I'm from Pendleton, Oregon. I'm a third year at Eastern. I'm working on a major in politics, policy, and public administration with a minor in anthropology. And I'll probably talk about the online program that EOU offers because I use that. And it has offered me the flexibility to work and also explore myself in a work sense and in personal growth more than my academics. And that has been really beneficial for me in the last couple of years.
But hi, my name is McKenna. I'm a freshman, currently majoring in political science, but I'm switching to pre-nursing. And I'm minoring in military science, so I'll probably talk about the connection the EOU has with other schools. Like, work a lot with the University of Portland, with ROTC, and then OHSU for the nursing degree, and how that's really helpful for students.
And yeah, if we can help assuage any anxiety, it's not easy to talk to people in power that you don't know. So it gets easier the more you do it. But you gotta kind of just plow through it, and once you make a mistake or two, you realize it's not so bad to make some mistakes, and then you'll just talk and be authentic.
I'm just gonna tell them like, just give us the money, because.
Money, please.
But yeah, I'm gonna tell them that the fundings have been helping us pretty much. So yeah, thank you.
All right.
So there's just a short clip of what it was like to go down to Salem and on the bus just shortly after Dr. Costi kind of rallied us all up to share our intros and what that will look like, because not a lot of we actually had a lot of newcomers join us this year. So the jargon, where are we going? It's unfamiliar, can like really bring a lot of anxiety to a lot of people. So that was just like a fun exercise that we did on the bus. And as we went on throughout the day and lobbying the next day, my favorite part is when conversations and the connection like actually turn human. Because not only are we sharing our stories and who we are, but we're connecting with legislators and other people in higher power, not only people in higher authority, but also just students around us. And so when we get into those offices, yes, we're introducing ourselves and talking about bills, but majority of the time we're talking about what the representative's favorite ice cream is, or their favorite ice cream shop in Oregon. And yeah, I think those are some impactful moments of what lobbying means to students. It's been impactful for me because I feel like I've been here for many, many terms. So lobbying has actually transitioned to where I can, I found what my nation at Eastern, and it also fueled me to change my major. So I see the importance just in my own life, but also finding my voice and helping other people alongside them.
Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about my own experience about Lobby Day. This is my 4th Lobby Day for the university, so it's pretty fun. It's really important to me just because I'm going there advocating for myself as a student, but I'm also advocating for all the other students that I get to engage with. I'm an RA at the dorm, so I'm in charge of like 32 students, so it's really important for me to go there and share their own stories too. There's students that are working till like 2 a.m., 1 a.m., and then they're going to their 8 a.m., or they're going to their 10 a.m. and they're still doing everything that they have to do. So it's really important for me to advocate for myself and tell their stories, and especially for all the athletes too. I wrestle for the university, so also expressing like my own concerns for my teammates and advocating for them. They also are wrestling for the university and they're working for the university and they're in clubs and they're super involved in everything. So this has been like a really great opportunity. Actually, the first year I went to Lobby Day, I wasn't part of ASUU. I was just a student. I didn't even know what ASUU was. I got extra credit for going, so it really got me involved with this, and I'm really happy that I've just had the opportunity to advocate and just learn a lot through just telling my own story, but hearing the stories of other students from different universities across Oregon.
Thank you. Thank you. We're more than happy to answer any questions from anybody. Thank you.
I want to give Connor an opportunity to give us that. You were looking very sharp in those photos, by the way, Alan, and I was very impressed. What are anything you'd like to add?
No, I thought that it was a very valuable experience to be able to go there and talk to the legislatures. I had the opportunity to sit on the Senate floor with Senator Todd Nash, and that was pretty cool. I wasn't able to stay for when they actually voted on things. They kicked me out, but I think that is a valuable experience for any students that are going into politics or just curious about it like myself.
Thanks as many times as some of you have gone. I know someone who's gone even more. Trustee Rail?
I've gone a few times. It's a great experience. I mean, I don't want to take any thunder from anyone here, but I mean, it's really how I got involved in everything too. The very first time I went as a freshman, back in 2019 now, which sounds long to me. But yeah, it was there that I actually met Dixie Lund. She was there in support. That's why to me it's important to be there as a trustee and to stay engaged with the students that are going. You guys are the lifeblood of the university, right? And when I was a student here, that was pivotal for me. Sent me on the whole trajectory that led to why I'm here today. Was the quick conversation with her, and I just wanted a free ride. I didn't even know what we were doing, and she told me the importance, and that opened my eyes to something more than just my degree. So that's why I've stayed involved with it. I started with Dixie, whom this boardroom is named after, and I want to keep that going as long as I'm affiliated with the university, and even after, I'll probably find a way to get involved. So.
Any other questions or comments from the board? I don't.
I want to say a quick thank you. The fact that you're taking the time to go out back to Salem to advocate, and to all of you, and Cedric, you've done it many times, but the fact that you mentioned Dixie is super sweet. How that one person sometimes changes your perspective and whatnot. But again, thank you, Diego, and the whole team for taking the time and for sharing what you learned. What was the weirdest ice cream flavor that you learned from one of our big politicians?
It wasn't ice cream flavors. It was more ice cream shops, like the local downtown is one of the favorites. We got another one in Southern Oregon that we're in competition with. So we may just have an ice cream competition here soon.
That's
so
super
it's the
cool.
best ice cream shop in Oregon. Yeah.
Super cool. Make sure you invite the board. We'll show up in force. Thank you all again.
Yeah, quick question. So with the cap on the students, how did you guys select who wins? I'm just kind of curious as to some of that process, because I guess I wasn't aware of that. How'd you make sure your teams were impactful? And
Yeah, so actually, for Susanna sent out a kind of a link for the form, and ASUU. That's something that I brought up in our weekly meeting to make sure that if you were an ASUU and you were interested, to make sure that you did fill out that form. Other than that, we did post the form on our social media, and we did talk to students about if they were interested in going. And I was kind of on a first come first serve. If someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was a first come first serve for the students who weren't on ASUU and who just wanted a chance to go to Salem and have an opportunity to, like you said, maybe impact their life and career in some unique way.
I will mention it was also mentioned on the Mighty Minute.
Trustee Mendoza.
I was just going to say, number one, I'm really thankful for all that you do. For Connor too, just for your level of involvement. And then when I'm hearing Cedric, I'll just say for many, many years now, and whatever you're giving to that, I don't know if others can match your intensity or your support that way. One thought I did have, besides thanking you, and basically, I was not like you when I was your age. So that kind of advocacy or that kind of support. What's your hope for the future? Anything that's simple and quick, but you're involved, you're doing things, you're trying to make things better, you're trying to make things happen, you're advocating, you're making these connections as students, and what you think your impact is. What is your hope for the future of EOU, or what is the hope for your personal future by being involved like this?
I think a big thing for me, and a reason why I go and do these drive-by advocacies at Lobby Day is so that we can have accessible, keep everything keep higher education accessible, not only for me, but for my future siblings, just kind of creating that blueprint for future students that may step onto campus. And then also, not only is it more accessible, but also just it eases the financial burden put onto students, where is like programs may have to get cut, raise the tuition. I think that's super important aspect to why we go and have fun in Salem and do drive-by advocacy. So that's why I think it's important, and that's my goal.
For me, something that's really important, and has been something I've kind of been focused on since I've been here, is student retention. And also just increasing our enrollment numbers in general. Every time I go to Lobby Day, I want everyone to know how proud I am to be from EOU. I'm from the west side of the state, but I didn't go to Oregon State. I came here, and I want everyone to know that I chose EOU for a reason. And so getting people here, but then also keeping them here. And so through Lobby Days, we're giving students these opportunities, but then also just through ASUU in general, especially this year, we've been doing a great job of having our events, thanks to Lolly, getting students there, getting students involved. In the 3 years that I've been here, I've seen immense student participation increase. I think we were still maybe at the late stages of COVID when I got here in 23. Students weren't as involved, weren't doing things. But as Center for Student Involvement, Eastern Student Entertainment, ASUU has ramped up events and just programs for students, I've seen student involvement increase heavily. Even with myself, I've gotten involved way more this year than I have been in the past, if you can believe it or not. And just being able to have that student involvement so we can retain those students, and then also getting those new students and keeping them here. Like I said, I'm proud to be from Eastern, and I want everyone to know that, so that way everyone else can choose to come here and also be proud to be from Eastern.
Oh, I have so many dreams for this place. I think my biggest one is just making sure that students find something that they like truly feel like as if they belong to it, whether that be like a club, their education, their sport, anything that they take from this university. I really want them to feel as if they belong. So then, I don't know, it just influences them and influences other students. And then just staying involved too, like being involved, whether that be activities or education, just the overall university.
And I'll finish off for everybody. The biggest goal of mine for Eastern is to really have a continued impact on higher education. Right now, we are kind of in like a blitzkrieg with AI and all these other factors about is higher ed really worth the students' time and the financial burden of it? And that's something I really want to just focus on for the future. Is education has transformed my life. I come from an intellectual family, and my parents and siblings have taught me that education can give you so much more than just a job. And I want that to continue here at Eastern. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, so this is quite far from my home, but Eastern will always have a special place in my heart, and I hope to give back to university one day. So thank you.
President?
Just wanted to say thanks to each of you and your fellow students for joining us in Salem. I think all the students know that you guys are the gas in my tank, and it's always such a joy when I get to spend quality time with you and see you in those special situations that I think EOU offers. I think to Megan's point, you just don't get as much opportunity at a larger school as you do here at EOU, and I'm so proud of each of you for taking advantage of it because it takes courage. And so just thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The reason that we invite students here is your stories are so important. At the risk of sounding a little bit wonky, but since you all said that you were interested in political science, there's a lot of research out there that's looked at the impact of stories versus other ways to present it. If you haven't looked into that research, please do. It turns out human beings retain 70-80% of what they hear directly from another human being. They hear 20-30%, they retain 20 or 30% through other communication routes. So stories are very important, and they're very important for us to hear too. So thank you very much. Anything else from anyone? Okay, well, go forth and prosper. Thank you. Boy, that's the end of my agenda for the day. How about that? So it says here that, are there any closing comments before we recess for the day? I'm going to hold you all here until 5 o'clock, so you might as well. All right, here.
We do have the reception.
Yeah, so I have here that following our meeting is the winter students reception in LOSO lobby. So please make your way there. And just a final reminder, if you're looking for some refreshment and relaxation, I'll see you at Side A. Anything else, Madam President?
No, you got it, brother.
Tomorrow, what time are we starting tomorrow?
9 o'clock. I think there's pre-coffee at 8:30ish.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Anyone else online? Any questions? Thank you all for your attention today and putting up with my stumbles. I'll give you the same opportunity tomorrow.
Thank you for sharing.
I do want to say one thing before we hang up. I think that you can't really monitor yourself online, and I come from really loud people, so I have the tendency to be loud, and I think that it may be coming over on your side is really loud. So I hope that any of my comments that I made throughout the day weren't shouting at everybody today. If they were, I'm so sorry. I'll be there in person tomorrow, and I'll be able. It's easier to monitor that way, and know that it was unintentional if I was loud.
Margot, worry not. That you did not come across that way.
You were fine. Okay. Thank you. All right. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, everyone. We stand adjourned.